name is Mary Fortune, and I am a sweet little ferret made of cake and cotton wool, and I hope you're all having a fabulous Ferret Friday, and if you're the time zone behind me, a terrific Tanaki Thursday. I don't know, is my music too loud? You guys let me know. Speaking of music, I didn't really know what to do for this stream, but because it's Halloween, and I'm doing, like, special Halloween-y streams, I thought I'd just type in spooky video game music, and this was the first, it wasn't the first. I ignored all the ones which had, like, AI-generated, like, thumbnails, and I found the first one that didn't have that, and it was, like, just spooky Nintendo music, so, the Luigi Mansion one, it started with Luigi Mansion, I was like, oh my god. At the moment, it is Shifty Boo Mansion from Super Mario 3D World, so, But I also found another one, which was, like, just Halloween lo-fi, which, if we get sick of this, we can switch it to that, but, that's as far as, bloody music-related cottage keeping goes. More official cottage keeping, that one, Red Ditto, thank you so much for the follow, I really appreciate it, it's very sweet of you. So today, this is actually a stream I've had planned for God knows how long, but I kept putting it off until I realized, literally last week I was like, oh, it's October! This is the perfect time to do this stream. Like, I literally had this idea when I was sitting in my car at a grocery store, I was like, damn, I really should try and write an article for the SCP Wiki one day. And I was like, wait, I can turn that into content on twitch.com. So that's why we're here. We're turning that into content. But I also thought I really need to, like, kind of get more familiar with the wiki before I, like, try and write an article for them, I figure. Like, I've watched some videos about the SCP Foundation and stuff. And, like, you know, there are some tearjerkers. So I think I'll just, like, go find the ones that I like. I like the Mr. Man series. I like, I don't like the ones that make me cry, I'll be honest. And I'm, like, such a baby. Oh my god, I hate stories where pets die are just not on. Let's just put it like that. I also like the Toaster. The Toaster's pretty good, so I'll probably, if you guys haven't heard of these ones, well, you will now. But if you have heard of them, it's like, okay, I can see why this is as far as you've gotten. These are pretty classic, SCPs. So yeah, we'll just see kind of what I find on the wiki. I'll reread the ones I know I like, avoid the ones I know I don't like. When I say don't like I said, they make me cry. Do you guys want to see me cry? No. You don't. You don't want to see me cry. Like, those are the ones which are like, the Rainbow Bridge with the pets, and, the ones with the teenagers who, like, try to go to Alpha Centaurion, that also made me cry. That also features pet death, which might be why it made me cry, but I just felt so bad for them. Like, they just didn't know, you know? Okay. And the last kind of, the last kind of cottage keeping I want to do is that yesterday I did mention, actually I feel like yesterday I just completely ignored that I could do this stream at all, because I was like, in my mind, I just completely wrote off, okay, we'll just do SCP Wiki next week. But here we are, and because I'm streaming, and I'm going to wait exactly 9 seconds before I show this, but something very exciting arrived for me yesterday, and I hope you're all excited for it, because I'm super excited, and that thing is... Ta-da! Yippee! I'm now in marketable, keyring form. I actually went to my knitting and crochet group this morning, and I showed the ladies, my keyring, and they're like, oh, that's very cute, you're very clever being able to make something like that. And I was like, thank you, I know how to spend money, and I know how to draw, it's really that easy. I'm still not sure how many of these I will be buying. I've got some feedback for the company. I'm how I'm gonna, like, do the next round, so I'll probably sell these ones as B grades, and then the next ones as, like, actual A grades. I just don't know how many I want to invest in. I'm thinking 20, so I'll buy, like, 20, 25 keyrings. I feel like I can sell that many, maybe. We'll find out. I might do some opinion polling on Twitter at some point. But get excited. I'm really excited about this, so I hope you guys as well. I try not to be one of those annoying Twitch streamers who, like, want to sell you shit, but, I want to sell you guys shit. Cute shit, I promise. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that up real quick. But yeah, here is the SCP Foundation Wiki. So secure, contain, protect, that is, like, their tagline. Eh? Oh, you guys are in an ad break. Oh, did I time that wrong? Oops, the daisies. So we've got endlessly adopting lizard. What does that mean? The curtains were fucking evil. I see. Well, I guess we'll look at these ones since the wiki is like recommending we look at them. Also, I gotta say, the wiki has changed. Like, I swear I visited it like last year, year before. I don't know, when did the Wendigoon video on the SCP Foundation come out? And I swear it looked like just a regular fandom wiki. But yeah, resources, sister sites, SCP Interactional, Wanderer's Library. Licensing? Oh, that's crazy. Search. What's the toaster guy? I want to find the toaster. We'll start with the toaster, because the toaster's pretty funny. The scent of a toast. I am a toaster! There we go. And the other one I know I want to show you guys, if you guys haven't seen it already. Actually, maybe... it is called Mr. the Man, yeah? Or did I just make that up? The Man... Mr. Johnson. Skippy's Corner Pub. SCP Wiki, Mr. the Man. He's like a normal guy, you know? SCP... He's just a guy. This isn't what I wanted, but this will probably lead us to where I want it to. Also, I'm sorry, I don't know all my jargon yet. We'll have to... That's something we need to practice, I guess. Yeah, I feel like my music's too loud. That's better, question mark. But you guys like familiar? Oh, I just realized something. And I'm going to change something really quick. Log in. Yes, authorize, it's fine. So I don't really have like a deadline of when I can like stop streaming today, so I'm a bit like, oopsie-daisies, let's just fucking go. Commands, custom, all. Show me all of them. Here we go. Where is it? There it is. Or what is your favorite? Do you have a favorite SCP Foundation article? There we go. Question of the day. So if you guys want to answer the question of the day, feel free to. I just quickly made it. Do you have a favorite SCP Foundation article? I'd be really curious to know, and if it's one I haven't heard of, I'd love to read it. So I'm kind of looking for recs, but I think we'll just start with what I found on the website already, and know I will enjoy reading to you guys. So we'll start with whatever I have open right now, which I think is from the front page. This is a featured article for one of the featured articles, either of the week or of the day. So let's start. Item number SCP-8816. Object class Euclid. Containment procedures. SCP-8816 is presently considered uncontainable. Due to the infrequency of SCP-8816's occurrences, obfuscation protocols have been implemented as the primary containment procedure. All civilian reports of SCP-8816 occurrences and entities are documented and expunged by Foundation web crawlers. An ongoing misinformation campaign has been developed to discount SCP-8816 occurrences as a fictitious urban legend. Description: SCP-8816 is a collective designation for a phenomenon affecting curtains and the entity accompanying its occurrence. It is primarily characterized by the appearance of a pair of feet sticking out from under the curtain, with footwear and skin tone varying from instance to instance. The absence of any folds or creases in the curtains consistent with a human body suggests that the feet are disembodied, but this has not been confirmed. I love how SCP writers write. It's just so, it's simultaneously so nonsensical, yet so distinct. Oh my god, I just realized I have chocolate all over my hands, upsie-daisies, because I did my classic make my ex-drama teacher sad before I started, because I got free chocolate today, and I wanted to eat some before I started streaming. So I'll be right back, because I need to wash my hands now. So I'll be right back. Hi, I'm back. I have nice fresh hands now. We can continue. Description: SCP. Oh my god, Lavender Town! Let's fucking go. Don't get suicidal on me, guys. My music still feels too loud. There we go. SCP-8816 is a collective designation for a phenomenon affecting curtains and the entity accompanying. Oh, I've already read that. SCP-8816 has been observed in curtains including, but not limited to, sheer curtains, shower curtains, theater curtains, and door curtains. What are door curtains? I've never seen. Oh, are they like one of those bead curtains, maybe? In cases where the curtain ends a distance above the floor, the feet are observed to be hanging limp. Ooh. Don't love that. That's a nice detail. Really good work. There is no known way to prevent SCP-8816 occurrences beyond the removal of all curtains from a room. Transcript of incident 8816/972RH/01. Begin log. The camera is centered on SCP-8816, presenting with a pair of black boots under a floral pattern curtain. An MTF member sits on the bed, watching the instance. Geist and Summers can be heard entering the room. The homeowner thought it was some pervert hiding behind their curtains. They're being processed in the living room right now. Geist nods at the MTF member. They promptly leave, closing the door behind them. Here it is. SCP-8816. Diagnostics has no idea what it is, and I sure as hell haven't got a clue. Oh, that is unsettling. What's with the standing guard? Figured we'd keep our eyes on it non-stop until we exhaust all avenues of investigation, just in case it decides to vanish on us like the previous dozen instances. Has it moved? No, not at all. It's been like that since this morning. Have you considered poking the feet? That would be rude. I love this! I love when characters are dumb as fuck. Oh, horror movies, horror writing, I love you so much. That would be rude. No one wants to go near it either. That sounds odd. Compulsive effect? Look, I wouldn't poke it even if there was a normal person behind it. The MTF folks refuse to prod it with a baton. Something about bad vibes. I love when characters have opinions. They're so funny. I overheard they called the curtain evil. I can see why. Summer stares at SCP-8816 in contemplation. It does not react. Have you considered speaking to it, as you would a normal person? Well, no, but by all means don't let me stop you. Hello, my name is Dr. Quentin Summers. This is Dr. Parker Geist. I was hoping we could have a chat, get to know each other a little bit. SCP-8816 does not react. Tough crowd. If you are unable to physically speak, we can try to communicate with gestures. Tap your left foot for yes, and your right for no. You don't actually expect it to. SCP-816 left foot taps the ground once. Ah. Are you a person? SCP taps both its feet at once. Ooh. Spicy. I like that. Do you know the answer to the first question? SCP-8816 right foot taps the ground once. So that's no. Are you alive? SCP-8816 taps both its feet at once. Are you behind the curtain? SCP-8816 left foot taps the ground once, so yes. Is there a reason you're behind this curtain right now? SCP-8816 left foot taps the ground once. Is the reason benign in nature? That is, are you here in good faith? SCP-8816 does not react. Are you evil? Are you evil? SCP-8816 does not react. Still with us? SCP-8816's left foot taps the ground once. Several minutes of extraneous footage collapse for brevity. We're done, right? Unless you have something else you want to ask Anomaly. Yes. You are the last guy on the schedule. We're just about ready to pack up and leave. SCP walks up to the curtain Summers walks up to SCP-8816 and pulls the curtain back, revealing a blank wall behind it. SCP-8816 is no longer present. Now, why would you do that? The interview is done. The anomaly would have disappeared regardless once we left the room. You can't just... Summers inspects the curtains closely. He then moves to stand behind them, covering himself entirely. This is unprofessional. Come on, come out now. Summers stops moving. Only his brown loafers are visible, sticking out from under the fabric. The curtain rises and falls in time with Summer's heavy breathing. He does not react to Geist. If I have to drag you out there, No, don't. Don't move. Just stay there. Don't come over. This is not the time for games, Summers. Summers suddenly begins stomping his right foot repeatedly, startling Geist. Unbelievable. Do you really think throwing a tantrum will change anything? Please, just leave the room. Do not test me. Get your ass out of those drapes right now. Geist moves a few paces towards the curtains. The stomping abruptly escalates in force and speed. A soft, wet, crunching noise is audible. Summer's breath becomes shaky. Leave. Geist throws his hands up in resignation and walks out the room. The stomping ceases shortly after Geist's departure. Summer's heavy breathing remains audible on the recording but gradually subsides. The curtains stop moving. Summer's breathing is no longer audible. Summer throws the curtains off himself and wanders out into the center of the room with a dazed expression. Huh? Oh, samples. Summers moves across the camera's view towards a toolbox. Behind him, a pair of feet wearing brown loafers are visible, still visible under the curtains. Summers does not notice his SCP-8816 instance. SCP-8816 lightly taps its left foot once. Summers turns around in the direction of the noise, but notices the camera before he can turn towards the cameras. He walks and stares into the lens, obstructing SCP-8816. How long has this thing been powered on? What a waste of battery. As Summers moves behind the camera to turn it off, clearing the line of sight between it and the curtains. SCP-8816 is no longer present within them. End log. Afterward, Dr. Geist returned to the room several minutes later with MTF personnel and found Dr. Summers taking fiber samples from the curtain. Dr. Summers expressed confusion when questioned about his outburst and has repeatedly denied that they stood behind the curtains in the recording. Notably, Dr. Summers' right foot did not exhibit any bruises nor fractures. Did I miss something? Why? This feels like a really ominous way to end this SCP. Log. Is the connection that we're meant to make is that the SCP kind of stole his shoes, stole his feet, and because it did that, presumably because we know they'll hang if you're had a noose, you would that's how you'd hang, your feet. Is that what it's supposed to be? But it's specifically the right foot. Did the SCP attack Summers and I just completely missed it because I was so busy trying to do voices, try and actually do some voice acting? Okay. Following this incident, several SCP-8816 occurrences have been documented at Site-58 where Dr. Summers was most recently assigned. The SCP-8816 entities present in these occurrences were noted to be wearing brown loafers. Dr. Summers remains under close surveillance and investigation. Interesting. I like that. It had enough to be creepy, but I wouldn't say it was horrifying. It wasn't a tearjerker either. I think it's just I kind of like the stories where it's here's an idea that's kind of fucked up, but we're not going to explore it that fully because it's just a hey man, wouldn't it be fucked up if this happened, if there was a pair of feet under your curtains? Let's see. Are there any curtains in my room here? We've got blinds. So if SCP-8816 was to manifest in my house, it'd probably be wearing... Oh. What is going on? I have stains on my clothes. I still don't know what Euclid means. I'm sorry. Alone... Ooh. Oh, this is more what I remember the SCP Wiki looking like, if I'm being honest. Oh my word, there are a lot of numbers. Do you think I should, I think I'm kind of immediately intrigued by the name of this one, so we'll find it as well. But part of me is what if I just put in a random number, and by random number, I mean SCP-69. It has to exist. Yeah. Yeah. I had a feeling someone would have done that by now. Okay. But this is my birthday, so I want to see if SCP-227 will It does exist. Interesting. Have those now. So this is the other one from the daisies. Endlessly adapting lizard. Yeah, this is from the daisies. From the whatchamacallit, the featured from the main website thing page. What's it called? So let's read it since it's new to me. Endlessly adapting lizard. 6GJQ/JT8XH/WOBUT. Status: sold, not retrievable. Demand: medium. Value: 500,000 GBP. Availability: unique. Identifier: endlessly adapting lizard. Description: a lizard that adapts and changes its... Is this just a real animal? I guess we'll find out if I keep reading loud. A lizard that adapts and changes to fit its environment. Feeding is possible, but not necessary. And with its small size... Footnote, it seems to have grown 100... Oh, okay. It is a good pet. Also has high intelligence. Marshall, Carter, and Dark, Limited. Initial report. Author, Amos Marshall. Date, April 18th, 1993. Interest, low. Identifier, endlessly adapting lizard. Some guy who didn't give his name came and donated this product with a few lines of explanation. It looks like an ordinary lizard, but we did some experiments on this lizard based on what the anonymous donor said. It looks like it has surprising regenerative capabilities and can change and adapt to its environment. So I think it'll be sold at a nice price. I have thought of producing endless meat by exploiting its regeneration, but Carter said it tastes like garbage to the point where it makes you vomit, so I'm having second thoughts about that idea. Personally, it might be useful for torture. Charming! File under... I'm not reading that again. Sale records at 01. Records from June 5th, 1993. Location London. Auctioneer Walter Sereno. Item endlessly adapting lizard. This lizard might seem like a small cute lizard, but its power is not. It doesn't require food and has regenerative abilities alongside the ability to adapt to its environment, so you'll be able to handle it as you see fit. If you want a cute pet, keep giving it affection. If you want a strong reptilian bodyguard, teach it a few exercises. This lizard has high intelligence, so it will know whatever you want from it and adapt accordingly. Marshall, Carter, and Dark Limited does not take responsibility for damages caused by inadequate raising. So now we have, like, all the people who are, like, interested in buying it. Call log 01, Jen Wilton / Rupert Carter. Recorded from 1994, 6 of, Does England really use bloody... I thought England was, like, Australia and it was, like, date first. Like, the day first. Is this Rupert Carter? This is him, who is disturbing my precious morning. I'm the guy... Oh, I thought Jen was a woman. Apparently they're a man. I'm the guy who got a lizard about this time last year. I have something to ask. You should have contacted our consulting agency first. I did, but the guy kept telling me MC and D does not hold responsibility over and over again, so I called you directly out of frustration. Then I have nothing to add. MC and D does not hold responsibility for the damage the product caused. Have a good day. Hold on a second. The lizard kept increasing its size until it became tens, no hundreds of times bigger than it first was. I didn't contact you because of its size, of course. I can afford enough space to keep that thing. The problem is that it constantly tries to run away. It's grown too big and dodges its bullets, so it's harder to keep it in. Bigger, you say? Did you ever hurt or kill the lizard by any chance? Kill? Why would I? If I killed it, how can it be alive? I train it occasionally to make it listen to me. I'm not sure if you know this, but the lizard adapts to its environments. Of course, I know. That's why I trained it. Adaptation means gaining strength to protect itself, not having masochistic tendencies, Mr. John Milton. It's a pity you didn't lock it in a glass cage. It would have been quite an adorable creature. Why can I do this? Yeah? YouTube. Oh. Oh, SCP Foundation. I've never seen this site before. It's so cute. Pink and object class pink and fluffy. Cute. So, oh, this is cute. This is like when TV Tropes does the bloody, what do they call that bit? Real quick. A heartwarming. If you ever need to, like, if this is, yeah, heartwarming moments. So TV Tropes has its own, I mean, SCP Wiki has its own version of heartwarming moments. I love that. That's so funny. That's a good bit, I have to admit. We'll explore the heartwarming version later, maybe. If we need something to assist with any tearjerkers, maybe. Wait a moment, Mr. Carter. I just heard the lizard the sound of breaking wood. Oh shit! A jumble of multiple screams and screeching, chewing sounds. Lizard? It's been a long time. How do you like that meat? Awfully delicious. It almost makes me forget my hundreds of deaths after I came here. That's relieving. Your meat tasted terrible. You disgust me. I like that. Getting eaten by an SCP is kind of, that feels like it's kind of part of the course. Like, kind of, I would describe that as the classic SCP, tradition. Interesting. So this is from, like, the Mr. Man. Yeah, the Little Misters by Dr. One Entertainment. That's what I was thinking of. I need to find the one that I was specifically thinking of, but I imagine it'll be linked at the bottom, maybe. Special okay, so this is item 527, containment class Euclid, disruption class Lamb, risk class Notice. Special containment procedures, SCP-527 is to be contained within a standard humanoid domicile at Site-19. No other containment procedures are necessary. Description: SCP-527 is a male humanoid, 1.6 meters in height, which is biologically non-anomalous, with the exception of its head, which is that of a Punitus semifascus vellatus or gold barbfish. SCP-527 displays no other anomalous qualities. The head of SCP-527 functions the same way the head of any other non-anomalous human. SCP-527 is capable of typical human speech. A tattoo reading Mr. Fish from the Little Misters Restricted by Dr. One Detainment appears on the bottom of its left foot. Discovery: SCP-527 was discovered in Boston by a Foundation agent in 2002 and was moved to Site-19 in 2004. Addendum 527.1 Initial Interview. Begin log. Thank you for your cooperation thus far, SCP-527. We're just using this interview as a way to gauge any potential anomalous behavior we might not expect. Alright. To begin, are you capable of breathing underwater? No. Are you capable of communicating with other fish or other sea-based life forms? No. I see. When did you first discover your condition? Were you perhaps by any chance attacked or bitten by a fish you did not recognize, or experience an encounter with a sea-based deity of some kind? No. Oh, well, then you've been like this since birth? Yep. Oh, right. Do you know of any other anomalous traits you might exhibit? Sure don't. Like I told the other guy, this is all it is. You're looking at it. Lie, stripes, hot, sweetie, they've all got the good stuff. I'm just a guy with a fish head. Do you have any idea why your creator might have fashioned you this way? Fuck if I know. End log. Addendum 527.2. Recovered document. Note. When asked, SCP-527 was able to produce the following document. Wow! You found yourself your very own little Mister, a limited edition collection from Dr. One Entertainment. Find them all and become Mr. Collector. So, which one am I looking for? Because I love these ones. They're so funny. They're so funny. They're just some guys. They're literally just a bunch of guys. And just like in Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes all you can ask for in life is a bunch of guys. Okay, Mr. Moon, Mr. Red, Mr. Money, Mr. Lost. No, okay, that one's redacted. Classic SCP Wiki, always redacting shit. And then finally, Mr. Stripes. Oh my god, I've opened so many fucking tabs, and I can hear my laptop, like, she's struggling. She's like, why do you do this to me, Barry? I may as well just, because I have so many open, I can probably just close my eyes and we can just pick by random. So let's see what's next. SCP-2148. Item SCP-2148. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2148 is to be held within a standard humanoid containment chamber within hall redacted of site redacted. SCP-2418. 18-1 is to remain in place at all times. Class C amnestics are to be administered to SCP-2148 if its anomalous properties manifest. Description: SCP-2148 is a humanoid of Indian descent. The words of Mr. Stripes from the Little Misters restricted by Dr. Entertainment are tattooed upon SCP-2148's right bicep. SCP-2148-1 is a blindfold. It's a white blindfold immune to the effects of SCP-2148 with the brand name Doctor's Orders sewn into it, worn by SCP-2148 since discovery. The anomalous properties of SCP-2148 do not manifest unless it is able to visually commit something other than SCP-2148-1 or itself to memory. When it is able to dedicate a person or object to memory via visual stimuli, all current physical and digital information concerning said person or object is immediately obscured by a black vase. No alteration occurs to the media after this event unless SCP-2148 observes the person or object in question a second time. Class C amnesthetics have proven capable of reversing this process if applied within 3 hours of exposure. SCP-2148 was discovered outside Site Redacted by Dr. Redacted, and was the first anomaly associated with the Little Mister series encountered by the Foundation. Woo! Number 1, I didn't know that. Forward. The following transcript was recreated using the recorded audio due to alterations to the original transcript detected 7th of the 3rd, 1995. Begin log. Is Mr. Lai here yet? Excuse me? Just, curious, I was wondering if I could see my brother again. Well, figuratively speaking, never actually seen him before, but he said he'd be here right after me, and I've been here a bit and I haven't seen him yet. Figuratively. No, he's not here yet. So are there more Little Misters? Oh yeah, 20 in total counting myself, but numbers don't mean anything, but I was the first Little Mister that Dr. Entertainment made. Mr. Lai told me that. Then he told me we were collector's items, which made enough sense. Did you see them often? Like, literally? I saw them each once, well, except for Red. Had to see him twice. Kinda makes me wish I didn't have photographic memory, to be perfectly honest. You said that you haven't seen Mr. Lai. Nope, well, yes, I said that. I have not seen him. He told me he was supposed to be the last for some reason, I guess. Never really figured out why, but that wasn't really my place, I was supposed to follow him around and look at stuff. And where did the two of you go? What did you look at? Oh, stuff. Took a lot of trips into government buildings, or at least that's what everybody else was saying. I guess I wouldn't know, right? Always had Mr. Lai to show me the way. Though he had a lot of friends, Mr. Lai, and he knew the right way to get us where we needed to be. Never actually got to see him, though. The doctor gave me this note saying I shouldn't look at Lai yet, but then the note had all these black lines on it. So that was weird. And do you have any idea where Mr. Lai is currently? Nope, should be here soon though. Can't wait to see him. End log. Addendum 1. Within 2 weeks of the initial containment of SCP-2148, both SCP-9-904, oh my god, SCP-905 and SCP-920 arrived at Site Redacted through unknown means. A conference was held between the site director and 05-4 to discuss the repeated information breach. Site Director Redacted requested all future anomalies associated with the Little Mister series to be contained within Hall Redacted, which was approved by 05-4. SCP-2148 was then relocated to its new containment cell within Hall Redacted without issue. Addendum 2. On the 5th of the 12th, 1995, an anomaly tentatively designated SCP-2148-2 within Site Redacted security footage was discovered, being with the initial recovery of SCP-2148 and lasting roughly 3 weeks. SCP-2148-2 manifested as a black bar obscuring Dr. Redacted and Site Director Redacted at intermittent intervals on all security footage. When questioned about this, both personnel cited two distinct and equally clear memories during the times SCP-2148-2 followed them. Dr. Redacted cited he was conducting testing with an unrelated anomaly, and the Site Director Redacted claimed to either be doing paperwork or in one case communicating with 05-4. Both claims have been corroborated by other personnel, including 05-4, as well as surveillance footage. SCP-2148-2 manifestation ended shortly after an interview between SCP-2148 and Dr. Redacted. While he was being obscured by SCP-2148-2, Dr. Redacted exited Site Redacted shortly after exiting the camera view without incident. When questioned about this, SCP-2148 claimed to have no knowledge of how this could have occurred. A search of its cell revealed one previously unaccounted for photograph affected by the anomalous properties of SCP-2148. While originally thought not to possess the document of the Little Mr. series, when it questioned SCP-2148, unrolled SCP-2148 to reveal an equivalent printed on the obverse side. Yep, found it. We found them. Okay, gonna close my eyes and see what I land on. It was the wrong side. Okay, somewhere over here. Okay, SCP-426. No idea what this is. Let's find out. Probably, considering how many tabs I opened to the Little Mr. series, are probably one of those. Oh no, it's a toaster! I mean, it's me! Oh my god, I'm excited. I'm excited. SCP-426. Object Class Euclid. The Special Containment Procedures. I am to be sealed in a chamber with no windows through which I may be viewed. The door to my chamber must have a label completely unrelated to my designation or identity in order to prevent the unintended spread of my primary effect. Only Level 3 and above personnel are to know of my presence and particularly my properties. Assigned personnel are to be rotated out on a monthly basis to prevent contamination by my secondary effect. Psychiatric evaluation is mandatory at the end of the month. If personnel are deemed unaffected, they may be reassigned to me no less than 4 months after their last rotation with me. Any affected personnel are to be given a Class C amnestic and transferred to a different site. Description. Hello, I am SCP-426. I must be introduced this way in order to prevent ambiguity. I am an ordinary toaster, able to toast bread when supplied with electricity. However, when any human being mentions me, they inadvertently refer to me in the first person. Despite all attempts, there is yet to be a way to speak or write about me in the third person. When in my continuous presence for over 2 months, individuals may begin to identify themselves as toasters. Unless forcibly restrained, these people will ultimately harm themselves in their attempts to emulate my standard functions. I was discovered in the home of the Redacted family after the gruesome deaths of 3 of its members. I had been given to the younger Mr. and Mrs. Redacted as a wedding gift. No card or any other identifying markings had been found in my box. Approximately 2 months after the family received me, fire crews were dispatched to the home due to an electrical fire. The younger Mrs. Redacted died from the electrical discharge that she had caused when attempting to devour an electric socket. The other 2 victims had died shortly before the fire occurred. The elder Mrs. Redacted had gorged herself on nearly 10 kilograms of bread before her stomach burst, and she died of internal bleeding. The younger Mr. Redacted died of severe blood loss after attempting Redacted with me. The sole survivor of the family, the elder Mr. Redacted, was suffering from severe malnutrition. He stated that he had inserted some bread a week prior and was still waiting for the toast to pop out. I was confiscated by the Foundation after police noted my unusual properties. A Class C amnestic was administered to the affected officers. Experiment Log 426-1. Date redacted. Subject D-Class Personnel D/426/1. Procedure. D/426/1 was asked to describe what he believed was contained in my chamber. He was not informed about my identity or properties. Details. D/426/1 stated, I'm probably some huge monster holed up in there. That's what you guys have all over the place, right? D/426/1 remained oblivious to his use of the first person pronoun. Experiment Log 426-2. Date redacted. Procedure. D426/2 was placed in my chamber and given regular meals through dispenser. No communication with D/426 was permitted. Multiple cameras were situated in the chamber, positioned so that I was outside their field of vision, but allowing constant observation of D/426/2. We remained sealed until my secondary effect manifested in the subject. I was bolted to the floor so that I could not be moved into the camera's view. After 45 days of isolation, D/426/2 wrapped his arm around me and began conversing me, stating that we were brothers. D/426 never deviated from using the first person plural when speaking with me. Subject was terminated 1 hour after this event. It is theorized that the isolation accelerated the progression of my secondary effect. Experiment. Log 426-3. A screw was removed from me and shown to D/426/3, who was asked to describe it. D/426/3 was not informed about my identity or properties. D/426 referred to it as my screw. Consistent with experiment D426-1, the subject was oblivious to his use of the first person in his description. This suggests that even if I were destroyed, my effects would still be inherent in my remains. Experiment log 426-4. Was placed in isolation in a cell adjacent to my chamber to be observed until my secondary effects manifested. Details. No effects appeared. D/426/4 was terminated after 90 days after the experiment. Thank God there are some limits to my effects. Some of us were really starting to get worried about me. Quote from Dr. C. Unknown. See, I feel like the Toaster's a really cheery guy. I know he killed multiple. I know I killed multiple people, but consider I'm just a guy. I like the Toaster lots and lots. Okay, so now we have all these Mr. Men defined. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We'll try this one. SCP-2396. Ooh, spicy. We've got some updates. What are we looking for? An SCP-23696-A object found in the wild. Interesting. I have no idea what we're looking at. Let's find out. Item SCP-2396. Object class. Once Keter, now Euclid. Special containment procedures. These have now been been affected by a strike through. Real quick, I did post that I was live. Yes, there we go. I just wanted to double check very quickly. I'm sorry. Let's see. SCP-2396 is to be contained in a Provisional Site 2396. Provisional Site 2396 will only be staffed by employees who identify as a woman in any capacity. Until a method of neutralizing SCP-2396's effect can be found, there will be no attempt to move it from Site SCP. From the site, SCP-2396 is to be given a single liter of glucose syrup a day. I know who this is. I've actually read this one before, but I feel like it's changed. I don't remember this. All male-identified civilians found within a 6-kilometer radius around Provisional Site 2396 are to be detained and screened for contact with SCP-2396. Any civilian found to be compromised is to be terminated before becoming an instance of SCP-2396-B. All SCP-2396-B instances encountered in the wild are to be terminated. Due to SCP-2396's current location, all terminated individuals are to be given a standard Lost Hiker cover story. Any civilians who witness an instance of SCP-2396-B are to be administered with Class B anesthetics. SCP-2396-A instances are to be incinerated immediately. I need a drink of water. All areas in a 6-kilometer radius around Provisional Site 2396 are to be closely monitored at all times for SCP-96-A instances by Contaminant Task Force Lambda 6, aka the Girly Girls. Cute. If an instance of SCP-2396-B is located, CTF-A-6 is to be called in to enact termination procedures. As with Provisional Site 2396, CTF-A-6 is to be staffed only with a task force operatives who identify as a woman in any capacity. All contaminant containment efforts are to be oriented towards finding a way to neutralize SCP-2396's area of effect to facilitate containment. SCP-2396 is to be housed in a standard humanoid containment cell in low-security wing of Site-19 daily. Daily, SCP-2396 is to be given a single liter of liquid sucralose it believes to be sugar. For ease of containment, all staff interacting with it are to identify as women in some capacity. No other precautions are necessary. She is a tall woman, this woman. Description: SCP-2396 is a female humanoid, approximately 2.5 centimeters tall and weighing 101 kilograms. SCP-2396 is identical with a baseline female human in appearance, with the exception of naturally occurring pink hair and irises. The words Miss Sweetie from the Little Misters restricted by Dr. Wondertainment are tattooed along the outside of SCP-2396's left thigh. When denied sugar, any food item identified as containing sugar, SCP-2396 claims to undergo a great pain, necessitating a constant supply of sugar or food items identified as such. The amount of sugar is unimportant in maintaining its anomalous effect. The consumption of sugars in any amount will cause SCP-2396's blood sugar level to reach a constant level of around 400 micrograms diluted. Was that what DL stands for? Surely not. Due to its abnormally high blood sugar levels, the object was in a constant state of hyperglycemia, stating to suffer from constant headaches and blurred vision. Despite its consumption of food, SCP-2396 does not exhibit any excretory bodily functions or change in weight. While SCP-2396 is fueled with sugar, any male individual who is not currently in a SCP-2396-B instance coming within 50 yards of her expresses a strong desire to leave and reorient their position from as far as SCP-2396 as possible. What was I up to? Male identified individuals are brought in direct contact with SCP-2396, undergo symptoms similar to a diabetic coma. The object claims that this is to keep nasty brothers and their friends away. SCP-2396-A instances are small objects comprised of simple sugars that resemble assorted colors of hard candy. SCP-2396-A instances can appear anywhere within a 6-kilometer radius of SCP-2396's current location, with a greater density appearing in areas known to contain human traffic. Due to their size and the large area of SCP-2396's area of effect, placement and amount of SCP-2396-A is uncertain. The production of SCP-2396-A is known to increase when SCP-2396 undergoes stress. While SCP-2396-A objects are harmless when touched or ingested by female-identified humans, male-identified humans undergo a gradual transformation into an instance of SCP-2396-B. Transformation into an instance of SCP-2396-B is marked by an increase in blood sugar levels, sometimes exceeding 600 milligrams. Again, I don't think that's diluted. It's dilliliter is not a thing, so I don't know what DL is. Due to this, many who come into contact with SCP-2396-A are immobilized immediately by a rapid increase in blood sugar. Over a period of up to 12 hours, the individual's flesh, fluids, and bone, through an unknown process converted into hard candy, which replicates and molds the body, causing the individual to become an instance of SCP-2396-B. Oh my god, I need the water. SCP-2396-B instances take the form of a large humanoid construct, and rarely unicorns. Once an SCP-2396-B entity has been fully converted, it will make its way towards SCP-2396 and attempt to breach its containment. SCP-2396-B entities show a strong resistance to blunt force trauma and exhibit abnormal strength. The entities will attack any male-identified individuals in their line of sight. SCP-2396 entities follow any commands given by any female-identified individual, including orders to stand down, and are not easily terminated with fire, whether through an incinerator or flamethrower. There's a story there. Love a good noodle incident. SCP-2396 ceases production of SCP-2396-A and its effect on male-identified individuals when not ingested sugar for longer than 48 hours. At this time, its blood sugar level stays at the constant 10 milligrams per whatever the fuck that means. Due to the similarity between the effects of hyperglycemia and hypoglycemia as exhibited in SCP-2396, the object is unable to recognize the difference when given a similar amount of artificial sugars. How? Okay, so this is a document. We know that already. Okay, wait. Of note is that SCP-2396 verbalized every punctuation mark and spoke SCP-2284's title as a long exhalation of air. Interesting. Okay, let's begin log. This was the 5th interview with the object while in containment. SCP-2396 had been administered sucralose instead of its usual sugar for a week as of that time. For the sake of containment and gaining information, SCP-2396 was made to believe it was still creating instances of SCP-2396-A and SCP-2396-B. Dr. O'Harley. Good morning, SCP-2396. Oh, come on, Cindy. You don't have to be all stuffy with your best gal. Alright, SCP-2936, are you aware that another SCP-2396-B attempted to breach your containment? That's just boys. Always gonna be making a big stink of things when they want to get your attention. Ain't that always the way? Never a man, always a boy. Always beating up their friends when they think they're getting too close. A man's gotta have his hands busy or else they... God, this fucking thing sucks. It doesn't even beat the Bechdel test. Always gotta have his hands busy or they're gonna be in the air. They seem to be concentrating on taking you away from here. Are you unhappy here, SCP-2396? A woman ain't happy anywhere. Isn't that what they say? I am not aware of such a saying. I know, it should be one. I don't know, Lucy. I think it's just that every gal wants a big, strong lug to sweep her off her feet. And these are sweet boys, deep down, even if they're sticky. I'm sure they'd sweep you off your feet too if you girls asked. Then what about the instances that resemble unicorns? Don't you love unicorns? All little girls love unicorns. You can eat them too when you're bored. Little girls get bored. It's good to have boys and unicorns you can eat when you're finished. Isn't that a little reductive? Look, Toots, I'm a girl's toy and it's a man's world. What do you want from me? Is that why you repel men? Because you're a girl's toy? Dr. W didn't like it when boys break their sisters' toys. Told me it was damn near the worst thing in the world. And they can't break me. They can't even come near me, well, except if, you know, all sweet and handsome. And you're happy with the way things are. Dr. W's good in my books. I always had a sweet tooth, and I always wanted to be a girl. Kind of a trade-off, if you ask me. You guys ain't so bad, even if the food's shit. Don't know how you mess up sugar, Sarah, but you guys make it taste like shit. Is SCP-2396 a trans woman? That would explain why she's like the only woman amongst them. She was like, I have a gender identity now. You guys can't take that away from me. And honestly, good for her if that's the case. Interesting. I also like that she has no respect for humans. Because she changes Dr. O'Harley's name 3 times. She's Sarah, she's Lucy, she's Cindy. I like that. Interesting. Again, I find the Mr. series so fascinating. Okay, let's close my eyes and see what happens. Okay, SCP-2287. Oh man, more redacted. But it's pretty obvious it's probably going to be Site-19. Like, I'm gonna be honest, it's probably Site-19. Okay. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2287 is to be contained in Hall Redacted of Site Redacted. Except for during authorized testing... Oh wait. SCP-2287's mask is not to be removed. SCP-2287 does not require food, but can be provided with incense on request, contingent on good behavior. The literature provided to SCP-2287 is to be converted into Braille. SCP-2287 is a headless humanoid white male who manifests multiple anomalous properties. Primarily among this is the ability to function as a living being despite lacking a head. The words Mr. Headless from The Little Misters Restricted by Dr. Wondertainment are tattooed on the lower side of SCP-2287's back. Its exposed neck stump is covered with skin. Radiographic examination has shown that the neck stump has only 4 of the bottom 4 cervical. Cervical? Isn't that in the opposite direction than something you have when you're not, when you is the opposite of what a Mr. Man might have? Do I not know what that word means, apparently? But there are no signs of spinal damage. The head-based functions which SCP-2287 is able to emulate include thought, hearing, and smell. It is able to speak, but has not demonstrated the ability to replicate normal tonalities of a human voice. As well, it claims to be blind. It does not eat or breathe, and has claimed that its energy source may be some kind of amplified photosynthesis or something. See interview log 2287-41-B. Direct visual observation of SCP-2287's headlessness is not possible. Individuals who attempt to observe this will perceive headless visions of themselves as seen from SCP-2287's perspective. Such individuals describe the feeling disconnected from themselves but still able to control the movement of their own bodies, albeit with difficulty. This effect does not occur when SCP-2287 is viewed through any other means other than unaided human eye. SCP-2287's headlessness can also be observed via live video transmission, in photographic prints, in mirrors, and through windows or lenses. Individuals who have undergone radial keratotomy may have been unable to observe headlessness. No individuals who have undergone cataract surgery have yet been available for testing. I love that these people stop at nothing. They're like, we need to know absolutely fucking everything. Like, we'll do things that you guys didn't even think of. Like, I just assumed, oh, Mr. Headless, he doesn't have a head. Nothing special about that. But bit more to it than that, Miss Mary. My dear Watson. Motion detectors and similar monitoring equipment similarly show SCP-2287 to be headless. Despite this, 2287 is capable of performing tasks which would require a head, such as wearing items of headgear, including masks, hats, scarves, headphones, nose plugs, earplugs, earrings, eyeglasses, lipstick, and barrettes. For a full list of items, see document 2287-N12. SCP-2287 was discovered in Redacted, Wisconsin on November 24, 20 redacted, after a significant number of reports from citizens appeared describing the anomalous effects of SCP-2287. Witnesses were given anesthetic treatment, and SCP-2287 was contained without issue. Interview. Begin log. Dr. Howard. Good evening, SCP-2287. Hey, Dr. Howard, what's up? More hearing experiments? No, actually, tonight this is more of an interview. For instance, we were wondering what you could tell us about Dr. Wondertainment. Oh, yeah, okay, I'll tell you what I can, but I never actually saw her. Oh, Dr. Wondertainment is a woman! Oh, I had no idea. Oh, maybe not. I just saw a spoiler. I never actually saw her, with the whole blind thing. But you did interact with her. With who? Dr. Wondertainment, yeah. Heck of a nice guy most of the time. I mean, I think he had some really crazy ideas, like what he had in mind to me. See? Wait. First you said her, then you said he. What? First you referred to Dr. Wondertainment as a woman, then as a man. I don't understand what you mean, like, Dr. Wondertainment is an actual person. What are you talking about? You're confusing me. But you just said... No. I'm sorry. I must have misheard. My bad. Oh, well, okay. For a minute, you were making zero sense at all. And they called me headless. Well, When you work for the Foundation for long enough, you discover many situations that don't entirely make sense. You did say, though, that Wondertainment had intended something specific for you? Oh, yes, right. Well, basically, you know how during the holidays there's special holiday-themed products? Yes. So, basically, I'm a Halloween special, you follow? That's it. Yeah, the way I heard it, they were originally going to do Sweetie for Halloween, but I don't know, some corporate garbage, executives sabotaging each other. You know how it goes. Throw in the backup plan. Sit me out on the porch, I play dead, and then when the kids come by, woo! I sit up and I wave my arms at them, show them my stump. Look, look, everyone's a headless monster, lurch around, roar, roar. The whole deal. Dr. Wondertainment's Mr. Headless spooky Halloween fun for the whole family. I see, and are you? Fun for the whole family, I mean. Well, I guess so. For the most part, I mean, yeah, people enjoyed me, which is great, don't get me wrong, but I never really got it myself, you know? I sit there, I get up, stand around, I wave my arms. That's pretty much it. But people would be scared and they'd have fun, and that's enough for me, or it was anyway, until you people got a hold of me. It could be worse, I guess. Did you enjoy entertaining? Do you miss it? Yeah, for sure. I mean, could get a bit boring when I'd have to stand around, sit around, waiting for people to show up, but it was really great hearing everyone's reaction on Halloween, no less. It's funny how people only find scary stuff funny one night a year, you know? No matter how many times you live through a year, they only change their minds on Halloween. Are you the only holiday themed, hey, you can say little mister. I don't mind. It's what I am. I suppose. It just sounds, well, vaguely infantilizing to me. It's what Dr. Wondertainment said we were called. So that's what we're called. But yeah, I'm the only holiday themed little mister. At first, Dr. Wondertainment was planning on having more of us. I remember that she had all these ideas for Mr. Ramadan and Miss Masalentia and Mr. Diwali and Miss Yom Kippur and Mr. Hogama. I'm sorry, I'm probably butchering some of these. Hogmanay, but she never did anything with them. Just me. How do you feel about that? Never really thought about it, to be honest. I guess maybe he decided I'd be more interesting if I was the only one. Or maybe he just changed his mind about doing the holiday stuff. He changes his mind a lot, you know. That's what you get when there's a whole bunch of corporate jerks all making decisions against each other. That's where I'm Mr. Headless, spooky Halloween fun for the whole family, instead of Mr. Halloween. Do you see yourself as scary? I see myself as someone who brings surprise and excitement. When they get scared, that means I'm doing a good job. Although, well, it's been getting harder lately. The doctor's a one-man operation and she doesn't realize, or didn't realize, how many kids wear glasses these days. And whenever I live through a year like this with cameras and stuff like that, the effect is pretty much ruined. I mean, yes, I'm still scary, Mr. Headless, spooky fun for the whole family, but it doesn't seem to be as much fun for the people when they don't get to be headless with me. Where we found you, back in Wisconsin. Could you tell us what you were doing there? Where you found me? Well, I spent a few years with this family. I think by that point they were consecutive years, but I couldn't swear to that. I do know that some of them were for sure years I lived in before, but you know how a year always feels weird the first time around? They felt mostly like that. Anyway, so the family I was with, they mostly kept me in the attic, which was, well, it was quiet. I remember sometimes I could hear noises from downstairs if they were being loud enough, but it was usually quiet. I was pretty used to the smell. There was mildew and dust and old paper and you know the way metal pipes smell when they get hot? It was like that. they'd bring me down for Halloween and then put me back up afterward. And then one Halloween, they didn't come get me, so I didn't come down that year. I know that year was definitely a new year. They didn't come get me after that either. Well, the year after that, and that's when I started getting worried about them. So I went downstairs and I couldn't find anybody. I felt all around, all the furniture and stuff was gone too. Maybe they moved and forgot me. And that's what led to you wandering the city streets. Yeah, I waited around for a few weeks, and then some people opened the front door to the front porch where the candy bulb usually is, and they came in. I didn't recognize their voices, but an audience is an audience, right? So I went back downstairs from the attic, and they kind of freaked out, I guess. I mean, I'm used to hearing people scream, but not like that. One of them had a what's it called? A metal thing, and you hold it in your hand, and it makes a sort of pop noise, and it smells all chemical, and then people get hurt. A gun? Okay, one of them had a gun, which I only found out when I walked up to her and tried to feel her face, which I admit wasn't the best idea, but well, I was kind of lonely, to be honest, and I thought she might be one of the people from the family, you know? I mean, yeah, I should have asked first, but I was lonely and I was excited that there was someone there, and I thought maybe I knew, but it wasn't. And then there was always screaming and gun noises, and this was bad screaming, not the fun kind, let me tell you. And then one of them was lying on the floor and smelling weird. That means he's dead, right? One of them was dead and the others ran away. But they left the front door open, so I decided that was good as time as any to go outside. So I'm walking the streets, and there's these cars all around me, and they're honking at each other, making these crashing noises of the glass breaking, and there were a lot of people screaming, and again, this is bad screaming, but I remembered there's usually a park close to the house, and I hoped that if I went there with bushes and stuff that I could hide in, could at least stay out of trouble. So I made it there, and I remember thinking maybe if I could go back to Dr. Entertainment, she could fix things, help that guy from the house not be dead, figure out what went wrong, where the family went, or get someone new to take me. And that's pretty much where you guys found me. She didn't send you, did she? No, we intercepted some police reports. Oh. Tell me, why didn't you go back into the house, into the attic? This is kind of embarrassing. I kind of, when I was out on the street with all the cars, kind of got turned around a bit, lost my bearings. I'm not used to being out of places that are bigger than just a house and a yard. I probably could have found the house again if there weren't so many screaming people and crashing cars, but, well, I was starting to panic too, and so I just went for the first place that sounded like there weren't any buildings. Ah, I see, and why didn't you try to leave sooner? Well, the front door wasn't open before that. No, I mean, why did you wait so long before you even went downstairs? Before you decided that maybe something was wrong with you having been left alone in the attic for so long? Oh, well, I guess I didn't really care. I was just thinking. The attic was really quiet and the smell wasn't too bad. Made it easy to think. That's something I do a lot, you know, while I'm waiting. Not much else to do. What do you think about? Just things, you know? Things in general? The world? What it might be like? What it's like being me? Nothing specific, I guess. But for 3 years... Yeah? Why? Oh, SCP-2287! Oh, I feel bad for him. He feels like the embodiment of children's toys that eventually just get packed away and never played with again, and I guess it's like even creepier because he's like an entire guy. I know, I feel like Dr. Howard's probably kind of sympathetic. I don't know why, but I started imagining Dr. Howard as looking like the police officer French lady from the Madagascar movies. I don't know why, but I was like, that's just what Dr. Howard looks like in my head now. Oh, I really enjoyed that one. He's like really, he's just cool. But he's sad, you know? He's a guy. He's a little mister, and Dr. Howard is like a lovely doctor as well, at least in this excerpt. Like, they seem really switched on, very kind, very caring, empathetic as well. But like, SCP-2287 just, he's like on a completely different plane as well. Alrighty. And this is just the whatchamacallits. Alrighty, closing my eyes and picking a new article to read. What's this one? SCP-917. Yeah. More misters. Well, I like the misters, but are you guys enjoying the misters? I hope so. I like the misters. Alrighty. SCP-917. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-917 is to be kept in a standard humanoid containment cell. Music and literature may be made available on request. One aide is to be assigned to SCP-917 at all times. Aides are to be rotated on 6-hour shifts. SCP-917 may request to be left in solitude at any time. However, this privilege is restricted to 4 hours a day. I like that they specify the number 4 afterwards. It's 4. A basic Braille communication book has been supplied SCP-917. Simple communication may be performed through this medium, as well as agreed-upon hand signals. Personnel are instructed not to awaken SCP-917 while in the new moon phase unless absolutely required, as this may cause panic in the subject. Personnel are to wait until SCP-917 gives the agreed-upon signal before interaction. SCP-917 suffers from moderate arthritis and is to be supplied with medication when feeding is possible. As of current regulations, Misters, SCP-917 is to be contained in Hall Redacted or Site Redacted. SCP-917 appears to be an elderly Caucasian male. Subject's facial features appear to degenerate and regenerate in relation to the lunar cycle, completely disappearing during the new moon and normal during the full moon. Subject's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth disappear, but facial wrinkles remain. That's kind of spooky. The degeneration and regeneration mimics the phases of the moon, beginning with the left ear and crossing the subject's face. Interesting. The subject has explained that the experience is painless but leaves him blind, deaf, and mute when the related features are absent. SCP-917 does not seem to need to drink, eat, breathe, or does not seem to eat, drink, or breathe when the features are absent. However, it is as explained that it feels extremely tired while suffering from the lunar phase. During an eclipse, data expunged. This is considered safe and does not cause long-term harm to the object. No! What has been expunged? I need to know! Bitches, also welcome in, Shade Sable. I hope you're having a fabulous Ferret Friday, or if you're in a time zone behind me, a terrific Tanuki Thursday. We are reading SCP articles because I like the Mr. series, so we're mostly just focusing on the Mr. series. And at some point I'd like to write my own article, probably more in line with the way the Toaster article I read earlier was written. So yeah, that's the plan. SCP-917 was discovered at entrance expunged of Site Redacted. The words Mr. Moon from the Little Misters restricted by Dr. Wondertainment are tattooed upon SCP-917's right calf. Upon discovery, SCP-917 had been wearing a coat, dress shirt, and slacks, all with the brand name Doctor's Orders sewn into their tags. A list similar to the one held by SCP-909 has also been found in the left pants pocket, where SCP-917 is designated as 13. Okay, hope you are well. I am! Thank you for hoping you well. There's just yeah. No! Why would they do this to me? I want to know more about this guy's story. He's a guy, you know? No. Mr. Moon, you'll always be famous to me, even though everyone else has really long articles, but you're just a guy. Alrighty, closing my eyes. Which article will we get next? Oh, I'm kind of not surprised because we got this one a second ago before I, closed my eyes. Okay, SCP-1799, Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1799 is to be contained in a soundproof humanoid containment. Ooh, soundproof. What can you do, my man? What can you do? Do you make people sad? Is that what you do? Please don't make me sad. I will be very sad otherwise. Okay. SCP-9 is to be soundproof cell with the other misters in Hall 34-B of Site 55. Personnel entering SCP-1799 cell are to be fitted with voice-cancelling helmet to prevent communication with the subject. SCP-1799 is a male humanoid approximately 1.2 meters tall, weighing 58 kilograms. God, I wish that was me. It possesses physical characteristics of a generic clown with skin devoid of pigmentation and a circular red nose, along with elongated feet. Its facial pigmentation has the appearance of makeup worn commonly by circus performers. Attempts made by SCP-1799 to communicate verbally with humans will be interpreted by the individuals as a joke. The longer the subject continues speaking, the funnier the jokes will become until the subjects are overcome with laughter. Due to this effect, it is extremely difficult to direct and interact with SCP-1799. The most effective means is to communicate with the subject through written word, as this does not activate the effect. The words Mr. Laugh from the Little Misters Restricted by Dr. Entertainment are tattooed upon SCP-1799's lower back. Oh my god, the clown is a slut! He has a tramp stamp! And just like Mr. Moon, unlike Mr. Moon, they have an interview log. Oh my god, that's crazy. It's tiny, but that makes sense. Interviewed SCP-1799 interviewer Dr. Everwood. This interview was executed to confirm SCP-1799's anomalous properties. Begin log. Please state your name. Sure, they call me Mr. Laugh. Everwood begins laughing. Seriously? That's hilarious. Not really. Man, you are a riot! Please, just stop laughing at me. SCP begins to laugh. Everwood begins to laugh hysterically, pounding a fist on the table. SCP-1799 frowns. Oh, he's sad. He's sad. He's a sad little clown. Okay. Well, let's go to the next article. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, click. SCP. Yeah, this is another mister. This is basically roulette, but there are bullets that aren't from the Mister series, which is kind of amazing. SCP-629. Description: SCP-629 is a 176 centimeter tall masculine humanoid made entirely of bronze, styled as a middle-aged man with a beard, button-down shirt, tie, jeans, shoes, jacket, and beanie. The subtle seams appear separate SCP-629's body into 6 compartments: the legs, the arms, the torso, and the head. When SCP-629... Why do I keep trying to put the 2 first? Oh my god. When SCP-629 was originally recovered, vibrant paints covered its body, but these have since worn off. The words Mr. Brass from the Little Misters Restricted by Dr. Entertainment have been embossed into SCP-629's back. Despite the rigidity of the bronze and seeming lack of mechanization, SCP-629 is capable of ambulation and articulation, which often produces mechanical clicking and whirring sounds. That's a nice detail to add, I'm glad. Like, I feel like that's cool about it being like the scraping metal. I feel like that's nice. That's a nice detail. It's more sonically pleasing. Where was I up to? SCP-629 is sapient and capable of speech, which produces CO2, water vapor, and trace amounts of lung cells. Is that a thing? Like, if I breathe on you guys right now, like if I do this, are there lung cells in that? Is that a thing? Okay. We'll find out later on, I guess. DNA analysis has found no known matches, but samples variably contain 6 distinct genetic signatures belonging to 2 biological females and 4 males. What the fuck? That doesn't seem very normal. 3 of these signatures have been found to contain genetic diseases with high infant mortality rates. That's a fun detail. Okay. Wonderful. SCP-629 is typically cooperative with questioning and testing, but not amicable. Initial interviews were on the subject of the Little Misters, a children's band that first appeared on the 16th of the 2nd, 1981, with the release of a self-titled album. SCP-629 withheld information until its demands for consistent reading material and daily scheduled time outdoors were met. Seeing SCP-629 holds no known anomalous capabilities that could possibly result in destruction of facilities, personnel fatalities, or escape, SCP-629 has been granted with the requested allowances. Recovery. In 1988, Project Whimsy, headed by Dr. Everwood, my goat. He's the guy who's just laughing. Actually, Dr. Howard's my goat, but Dr. Everwood, he's fine. He's fine. Of the GOI 386 Research and Investigation Department made a breakthrough in subverting Dr. Wondertainment's anti-memetic properties. These properties were prevented certain information on the organization from being learnable by adults, seeming to target mentalities instead of specific ages, but tending towards allowing the innocent and childish to gain knowledge and disallowing the cold and jaded. Ooh, that's a fun detail. Further details of Project Whimsy are restricted to the personnel with the clearance and above. Through Project Whimsy, discovered a flyer of the Little Misters concert set to occur within the month. So the 28th of the 2nd. Why do Americans do this? I swear Americans are the only ones who do this. Doesn't everyone else put the day first and then the month? Like, today is the 11th of the 10th. It's not October, I mean, I guess it is October 11th, but you know what I mean. Where was I up to? At Cogworth Orthodox Church hosts a dream venue. The flyer invited any child who found it to put the flyer under their pillow and dream of flying away. Operation Here Now was quickly put together to intercept this concert, as it was seen as a sizable threat to the Vale. A careful monitoring of a sleeping child who had put a flyer under their pillow on the night of the concert revealed a selective astral way. However, the way was improperly guarded, most likely due to Dr. Wondertainment's assurance that it would not be discovered. However, after 2 hours, the way was widened to a general instead of selective, allowing the passage of MTF Omicron Rho, the Dream Team. After a conflict that remained unreported due to, at the time, undeveloped dream-traversing technology, all attending children were forced back to their respective ways and of necessitized MTF Omicron Rho returned bearing SCP-629's metaphysical ego, withheld from returning to its physical self. All other members of the Little Misters apparently escaped. With Operation Here Now a success, they began a correspondence with the Honoric. Honoris? That's a Greek word meaning like dreams. That's a nice detail. Research department within Site-55 with the goal of using SCP-29's metaphysical ego to locate its physical self. However, before this could be accomplished, SCP-29's physical self appeared within the hallway of Site-55 under a blind spot of a camera on the 4th of the 3rd, 1988. Initial containment was established in SCP's physical self and metaphysical ego were reunited on the 10th of the 3rd, 1988. A response. The Little Misters didn't release another album until 4 months after SCP-629's acquisition, nearly halving the speed of their usual output. However, after this one delay, the Little Misters appeared to proceed as normal, ever slightly increasing their output to produce their usual 6 albums by the end of the year. That's crazy. You'd have to, you'd be producing music, once every 2 months. That's crazy. Notably, their music no longer included any brass instruments, which prior albums had. There was also an emerged lyrical motif with words ending with us, were followed by instruments where a rhyme would usually occur. For example, in the song Park Day, off the album Step Outside and Smile, 1990. I can feel the feeling filling my soul of the new day. The blue, they will fill up the sky, and the sun will shine bright on the young and old. And it makes me so happy I could cry. And I remember the man who ran his fingers through the grass. Park Day! Yeah. I don't know if there was any melody there, but I tried. God damn it, I tried. The unresolved rhymes are often sung by Mr. Chameleon, who otherwise is neither a singer nor an instrumentalist, and instead performs dances and visual effects. Interviews with SCP-629 revealed that Mr. Chameleon was SCP-629's closest friend among the Little Misters. With no explicit references to SCP-629 were made in any media produced by the Little Misters, though there are potentially implicit references in their songs between the era between SCP-629's acquisition and 1999. In 1999, that's the year I was born, the current POI 386 Prime, Dr. Cornelius, I can't say that, of Wondertainment, died unexpectedly of unknown causes. In his will, he named Holly Light as his successor, who then became the new POI, Person of Interest 386 Prime, inheriting SCP, redacted, the title of Dr. Wondertainment. That's why Mr. Headless would sometimes refer to Dr. Wondertainment as a man and a woman. It's because he was thinking of two different Dr. Wondertainments. That's like that. That makes sense. I go into these assuming they will not make any sense and there is no genuine canon. The Little Misters' behavior began to soon change after this development, beginning with a year-long hiatus in which they created no music or merchandise. In this 2000, GOI 386R and I received the following letter, abridged here for ease of reading. January 15th, 2000, from the desk of the grandest gourmand of bonbons. Dear SCP Foundation, it has come time for us to address your possession of one of the Little Misters, restricted, a registered Dr. Entertainment intellectual property. Our band has been missing one of its cornerstone members for over a decade, and our predecessor did not have the resources nor time to dedicate to the recovering of Mr. Brass. Throughout our conflicts in the past, the Dr. Entertainment Company and the Foundation have largely avoided physical confrontations. We would like to keep that rapport, so instead of threats, I would like to propose a trade. From Dr. H.L. Wondertainment. That slaps! I like that. That's really cool. Dr. H.L. Wondertainment. The letter would describe a trade offer of information on some of Dr. Wondertainment's operations and inner workings in exchange for SCP-629 and several other Dr. Wondertainment-related anomalies contained by the SCP Foundation. A correspondence between them and the O5 Council led to a vote on whether or not to take the deal as offered or to propose changes. The vote eventually led to a change of terms which were sent back to Dr. Wondertainment via a method described in the letter. However, Dr. Wondertainment never responded. Even once a follow-up letter was sent. No further attempts at communication have been made. On the 21st of the 4th, 2000, the Little Misters released an album, Imagining New Colors, which deviated from their usual formula significantly in genre and subject matter. While there were hints and references to their status as a children's band, the album explored much more existential themes such as the status of being artificially created, such as in the song Shot Like a Cannonball, and questioning their fulfillment, doing what they were presumably created to do, as in the song Baseline. The album also omitted any promotion of Dr. Entertainment products, as was typical in previous albums. Imagining New Colors also included their first ever instrumental track, thought to be a reference to SCP-629, titled Unsung Hero. This song featured a pentatonic motif that the Little Misters proceeded to write into at least one song on every subsequent album. After the release of this album, the Little Misters entered a period of infrequent activity, performing only 3 concerts and releasing 4 albums between 2000 and 2006, none of which were aimed at their usual demographic. However, on the 30th of the 6th, the Little Misters released another children's album called Mr. Moon Woos the Planets, which combined their education-oriented earlier style with their new pattern of weaving a single story throughout the songs. The album followed Mr. Moon as he fell in love with each astral body of the solar system, which were played by various members of the Little Misters, working from Pluto inwards and ending in the sun. Now, this album, the glass motif, was used in the song Mercury, 2 exclamation marks, and accompanied by the lyrics of Mr. Moon lamenting that Mercury disappeared behind the heat of the sun, but might someday come back, which transitions into the final song, The Sun, by the way of focus of being distracted by the object between them. Following the release, the Little Misters resumed their pattern of releasing an album every other month. However, only every other album released was a children's album, and the remainder were more experimental and existential. The pattern continues at the time of writing. In 2018, the Little Misters made their first explicit mention of SCP-629 at a show during Rock Against the Foundations, an anti-Foundation music festival put on by a large serpent's hand subsect with the ties to the Slavic and art scene. During the performance, Mr. Red Jr. explained, "This one is for the brass," before the band played a faster and longer rendition of Unsung Hero. The Little Misters set ended with Mr. Red Jr. saying, "To Mr. Brass, we love you, we miss you, we're coming to get you." Despite the statements, the Little Misters have made no known attempts to reclaim SCP-629. Oh, they're like a family! And it's kind of creepy as well. Because these are adults, you know, it's kind of creepy. But I'm seeing it's interesting. They're like the band, they're like a broken family, the band's gonna get back together one day, it's gonna be great. Okay, new relations and impact on SCP-629 containment. Oh my god, this date hasn't even occurred yet. On the 18th of the 6th, 2042, the O5 Council unanimously accepted a more cooperative relationship as proposed by Dr. Wondertainment. The details are restricted to the personnel of 386 clearance and above. The effects of this new relationship on containment are ongoing and have resulted in many new non-SCP SCP objects continuing to be classified as such until Records and Information Security Administration can move these files into a new format. SCP-629 is one such item. Mr. Brass, POI, Person of Interest 386-1-21, previously SCP-629, has been released to the Little Misters after being amnesticed of any classified information he may have gathered while in Foundation custody. Recorded below is the final interview conducted before Mr. Brass's amnesticization and release. I'm so happy for him. He probably missed his family so bad. Like, think of the music he was probably writing. Like, he probably has so much, music to share with them now as well. Interviewer, Dr. Robert Dora, Mr. Brass, conducted the 20th of the 7th, 2024, 42, try. This interview was held in Site 55 courtyard because Mr. Brass is notably more cooperative when outdoors. Begin log. Dr. Dora has placed a handheld recorder on the bench between himself and Mr. Brass to start the interview. As the recording begins, Mr. Dora seating himself can be heard, as well as mechanical clicks from Mr. Brass, moving into a more comfortable position. In the background, running water can be heard. Dora, Brass. There is a pause. Faint whirring can be heard, as well as breathing from Dora. Well, Brass, let's start simple. How are you today? I'm doing well. Perfect. Any discomfort? Any new developments with your body? No. How about emotionally? Anything been bothering you? Anything we can help with? I'm doing well. Good, good. Well, Brass, you probably know by the recorder I'm not just coming in to check on with you today. It's really big news. This is our last interview. You're going to be released. Running water can be heard. All mechanical sounds have ceased. A pause endures for 8 seconds. As of a month ago, the SCP Foundation has accepted the agreement proposed by the current Dr. Wondertainment, a Judy Papel, if I remember correctly, to enter a more cooperative and peaceful relationship. Birdsong can be heard. Part of this new relationship is that we're giving them, I don't like to call you this, but our skips. You're one of them. You're going home. Footsteps of someone passing by can be heard, as well as a far-off conversation. A pause endures for 12 seconds. Really? Yeah, really. Part of the agreement is that one entertainment is going to go more mundane and make significantly less anomalous products in exchange for the Foundation ceasing to target their business practices. I think I heard that means the Little Misters are going to be able to perform more publicly, less cloak and daggers. Most of you can pass as non-anomalous individuals already, as long as no one touches you. You look like a street performer. I'm certain a little magic will be allowed if will make the illusion complete. Brief mechanical clicking is heard. A splash is accompanied by duck calls as a duck lands in the water behind the two. A pause endures for 10 seconds. Then Mr. Brass begins to hum the tune of I'm Mr. Brass from the Little Misters' first album. Brass? Are you alright? I'm doing well. A small pat can be heard as Dr. Dora puts a hand on Mr. Brass's shoulder. You're going home. Really? Yeah, really. Oh, I'm happy for them. This is a happy ending because I imagine this poor man has been through so much as like a prisoner of war. Some mechanical sounds are heard. After 4 seconds, Mr. Brass resumes humming. This endures for 18 seconds. I'm not humming for 18 seconds. Before Dr. Dora picks up the handheld recorder and ceases the interview. End log. Response. Mr. Brass first reappeared in a Little Misters album for music's sake, an educational album about the basics of music theory. Mr. Brass did not, however, play any instruments or sing, instead using the mechanical noises he makes while moving for percussion. The use of Mr. Brass continued for the next 3 albums, though during this time he did not make any public appearances. His first public appearance was in an outdoor concert on the 8th of the 1st, 2043 in Austin, Texas. The concert was partnered with New Shoes, a mundane charity supporting homeless youth. Mr. Brass revealed his new role in the band as a percussionist, moving his body in such a way as to make clicks and words to the beats of the song. After intermission, however, Mr. Brass ceased to perform in the middle of the song entitled Chris's Daily Walk. The rest of the Little Misters appeared to notice but continued the performance until Mr. Brass walked off stage, at which point Mr. Fish followed him. At the conclusion of the song by the other bandmates, Miss Sweetie announced an unplanned intermission. The band proceeded backstage and Miss Sweetie returned after 20 minutes to regretfully announce that the concert was being cut short. Attendees were informed that their tickets were refundable and that all proceeds would go to charity. Mr. Brass neither appeared publicly nor in an album since. Mr. Brass is known to reside somewhere in Wonderworld, though the exact whereabouts are unknown. Current activities of the Little Misters are also unknown. It is thought that Mr. Chameleon lives with Mr. Brass and potentially acts in a caretaker role. Dr. Entertainment has refused to give any further details on Mr. Brass. In 2044, the Little Misters released an album, Oxidized, which includes a song from each member of the Little Misters, excluding Mr. Brass. In digital format, the final track is untitled. However, a pamphlet that comes with a CD purchase reads, wow, they're still doing CDs in 2044, that's crazy. Wow, you've just purchased a disc from the amazing Little Misters. Oxidized is our longest album yet, about the existentialism of our own potential immortality, reflecting on the lives we have led thus far. It is our most autographical album, with one song written by each our members, even our manager and producer. Buy our whole discography to become a Mix collector, buy a backstage pass for one of our shows, and become Mix Love. So this on A side is Hot, Soap, Sweetie, Money, Hungry, Shaking Mad, Fish, Lost, Junior. B side, Lie, Laugh, Chameleon, Scared, The Moon, Scared, Forgotten, Stripes, Headless, Oxidized Part 1, Life, Oxidized Part 2, Death, and 21, Redacted, Brass. No, everything seems so happy. I wanted him to make music again. Why would they make me sad? It's not even like sad. It's like I just feel like he's wasting his potential. He's like immortal. He may as well make music. But his family, no less. Alright. Come on. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tick by the toe. If it screams, let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Did I click on anything? No. Okay, we'll try that again. There we go. That is a search. Okay, third time's a charm. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay, SCP-905. Which I feel like is the page I was on before I even tried to randomize it. Okay. SCP-905. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-905 is to be contained in a 6 by 6 by 3 meter containment cell painted matte black. This cell is to be devoid of any mirrors or windows. 2 LED arrays are installed in the cell's housing SCP-905 every 4 hours. Housing SCP-905. Every 4 hours, SCP-905 is to be fed for 20 minutes. As of current regulations, the Misters SCP-905 is to be contained in the Hall redacted of Site redacted. SCP-905 is a sentient entity composed of photons. These photons form a humanoid shape that has been described as fuzzy but definite. It is roughly 1.75 meters tall, however its mass is unmeasurable. SCP-905 has shown the ability to speak through the manipulation of air particles, but its mechanism to perform this is unknown. SCP-905 is capable of the same movement of a human male of the same body structure, but due to the photonic nature is unable to manipulate solid objects aside from emitting weak electromagnetic radiation. Man, finding out these creatures are all like children's entertainment, it's like, oh my god, what were they cooking? Where was I up to? Solids such as doors must be moved for SCP-905 before it can leave or enter a room. SCP-905 has the ability to pass through windows and other transparent objects. SCP-905 is composed of follow the usual laws of That doesn't make any sense. That's bad. That's not me. That is them. That's bad grammar. Is composed of the follow the usual laws of probability in this case and will reflect back from the transparent object at the 5% rate of separating any reflected photon from SCP-905's influence. The SCP-905 describes this as painful but bearable, like a period cramp basically. SCP-905 sheds its photons at a constant rate of approximately 0.001% of its body volume per second. These photons are emitted at a wave of 980 nanometers to 780 nanometers within the human spectrum of visible light. SCP-905 shows the ability to change the wavelengths emitted to match the background. SCP-905's lack of a shadow can make detecting SCP-905 while hidden problematic. SCP-905 shows an inability to absorb colored lights. Due to SCP-905's constant loss of photons, SCP-905 must be fed regularly to maintain a healthy body volume. Conversely, feeding SCP-905 too large an amount of photons causes SCP to experience an oversaturation. SCP-905 finds this extremely painful and describes it in a similar manner to human burns. Placing a mirror near its SCP-905 in an attempt to feed SCP-905 its own emissions, it results in SCP-905 expressing an extreme discomfort. When questioned, SCP-905 replied, "Would you enjoy eating your own?" Explicit redacted. SCP-905 was discovered at data expunged, entrance of site unknown. Addendum 905-1. The words Mr. Chameleon. This is Mr. Brass's best friend! From the Little Misters restricted by Dr. One Attainment are printed upon SCP-905's left calf. SCP-905 shows an inability to change the wavelength emitted by this print. This designation appears as 1 in document SCP-909-A. Can I see the document? There be some stuff, so we may as well read it. We'll have to, but if I already have, do I already have SCP-909 already open? I do, literally next door to each other, okay. Okay. So this is item SCP-909, Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-909 is to be contained in a standard humanoid containment cell. No writing materials are allowed inside the cell. A short summary of SCP-909's current situation is to be pasted on the wall beside the bed. Extras are to be provided if the previous summary is removed by SCP-909. SCP-909 is to be fed 3 times daily with any peanut-free meal. If SCP-909 is seen attempting to write or draw, he is incapacitated through non-lethal means. Currently, experimentation with SCP-909's effects has been discontinued due to risk of containment breach. Research may be conducted if the current site director's approval is given. As current regulation misses, SCP-909 is to be contained in hall redacted of site unknown. Description: SCP-909 appears to be a young adult, Caucasian male, suffering from permanent anterograde amnesia. SCP-909 seems to be aware of his condition, but does not recall experiences past this, aside from memories gained due to SCP-909's effects. SCP-909's anomalous effects became apparent when it writes down any of the experience still in its working memory. When described through writing, experiences immediately enter SCP-909's long-term memory. However, the experience will disappear from the memory of all other persons involved. SCP-909 is allergic to peanuts and will go to an anaphylactic shock following the ingestion of any peanut products. SCP-909 was discovered at entrance expunged of site redacted. I had a thought and I've already forgotten it. Okay, I remembered it. So a lot of these SCPs are just kind of rocking up, and we get told in Mr. Brass's article that they'll be like, oh, we're coming for you. Is it possible they're just kind of sending all their guys to each other because it's like, you guys are a family and we don't want to be broken up so we can make music together and hit the road on a big world tour? I'm getting the vibe that they're all trying to get the band back together by just like, okay, well, if one of our guys is there and we can't get him, we'll just we'll just kind of group there instead. That's the vibe I'm getting. I could be wrong. Addendum 909-1. The words Mr. Forgetful from the Little Misters restricted by Dr. One Entertainment are tattooed upon SCP-909's right calf. Upon discovery, SCP-909 had been wearing a 3-piece suit with the brand name Doctor's Orders sewn into the tag. Foundation personnel have yet to find a clothing company operating under this name. Addendum 909-2. Further examination of SCP-909's clothing revealed a list of other possible instances of anomalous humanoids similar to SCP-909 inside the left pants pocket. Addendum-3. Interview log. SCP-909. Interviewer, Dr. Redacted. Wait. Let's find out. Howard. Okay, not Howard. Everwood. Okay, not Dr. Everwood. This is probably someone else. Forward, SCP-909 was put into initial observation for 7 hours, during which the subject's anterograde amnesia and relation to SCP-905 were discovered. SCP-909 was taken for interview. Good morning, 909! 909? Why are you guys always calling me that, and where am I anyways? Reading from a sheet of paper. You are SCP-designated 909, and you are currently under my custody. I'm a doctor of the Foundation, and I'm going to research your anomalous effects. The Foundation? What's that? Why do... Note, at this point, Dr. Redacted presses a small button generating a loud noises lasting 5 seconds. SCP-909 is seen to lose focus. Hello, 909? 909, why are you calling me that, and where am I anyways? You are SCP-designated 909. You are currently under my custody. I am a doctor of the Foundation, and I'm going to research your anomalous effects. The Foundation? What's... Okay, let's try something else. Write down what I just told you. Alright. SCP-909 accepts the pen and stationery and proceeds to write. Note: later investigation of Dr. Redacted's notes shows that he planned to press the button previously mentioned at this point. Hey, who are you? I'm the, SCP under your custody. Don't you remember? Huh? Don't you remember? No? Where am I? What is this place? End log. Closing statement: Dr. Redacted and SCP-909 were removed from the room amid confusion from all personnel involved in the incident. SCP-909 later explained the situation to uninvolved personnel and was placed in a holding cell. Dr. Redacted was discharged from duty and given a Class B anesthetic. I like this. This is good writing. Like, this was really well executed. I didn't realize where it was going, but then when they kind of flipped the script, I was like, okay, that's kind of good writing. That's kind of gnarly. Alrighty. Lord, how many fucking misters are there? Oh, ferret stretchies. I'm gonna get some water. And just in case you guys are curious, I am absorbing what I am reading. I'm going to figure out how I'm going to write my article. I have 2 ideas and we'll come back to that later. I'm going to get more water in the time being, so I'll be right back. Okie dokies, I'm back. I also got myself a snack real quick. Also, thank you so much for Roxas Impersonator 22 for the follow. I really appreciate it. It's very sweet of you. And I am, for real, I'm not getting any of these, like, Twitch alert, sound alert things. I wonder if it's because I've got my shit in the wrong place. Okay, we'll find out. I'm just gonna have a sip of water, because I had a Scotch finger biscuit, and that was very moreish, so, I need a sip of your water. There we go. But yeah, I'm cooking. Trust me, guys, I'm absorbing, I'm cooking. So how many of these bloody things? We'll cap it at whatever I've got open right now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, we'll finish these 12 articles, and then I'm going to try writing my own. So, once again, I am going to randomize it, so it's not like just going down the line. So, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tick by the toe. If he screams, let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I didn't click anything, fuck. Okay, try this one. SCP-644. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-644 is to be held within a standard humanoid containment chamber within the Hall of Redacted of Site Unknown. All staff or D-Class in Site Unknown known to have children are to be briefed of staff. Oh, this please don't harm the children!
To be brief of SCP-644's anomalous effect, staff of children may opt out of testing of SCP-644 at any time. Description: SCP-644 is a male humanoid of Italian descent. Visually, SCP-644 appears to be approximately 30 years old. The words Mr. Hot from the Little Misters, restricted by Dr. Entertainment, are tattooed on SCP-644's left inner wrist. SCP-644 is able to accurately determine whether or not a person has children, both biological and adopted children may be sensed by this effect. SCP-644 is aware of the fact of any person it knows of, even if it is just by appearance or name. SCP-644 claims to be able to predict the material wishes of any child, as well as the popularity of any product intended for children. SCP-644 claims that the effect does not function for the wishes of adults, but has given predictions for at least one person over the age of 18, whom SCP-644 described as a real trooper, with no further comment. Oh, thank you for the hydrate redeemed as well, Sable, I appreciate it. SCP-644 is able to produce a business card from the pocket of any clothing worn from it. On the front of the card is written, Mr. Hot, Marketing Consultant, Dr. Entertainment, Incorporated, Limited, 1515 Mulberry Lane, Chicago, South Africa. Is that a real place? Chicago, South Africa. Is this a thing? I don't think that's a thing. I think that's made up. As if 1515 Mulberry Lane didn't already give it away. I just wanted to make sure, because I'm going to be honest, I really should have taken high school geography beyond where I took it. So, yeah. I regret not taking geography in high school. I did chemistry instead, and I live to regret that decision every day. On the back of the card in small print is a document similar to document 909-A, so I imagine that's just a congrats, you found another mister. SCP-644 was originally found by local police in Racine, Wisconsin. Wisconsin, that's where Mr. Headless is from as well. I am making connections. I am the fiercest ferret. I have media literacy. I'm smarter than most of Twitter. Where it was found sleeping in the entryway to a local elementary school, having broken a window to enter. SCP-644 claimed to have done this to escape the winter weather conditions. An automatic Foundation web crawler picked up a mention of SCP-644's tattoo in the files of the local police department, and it was acquired shortly after. Racine, Wisconsin was found to contain several anomalous objects created by Dr. Entertainment in possession of several local children. Interview 1. Forward. This interview was conducted with the following containment before SCP-644's anomalous properties had been ascertained. Begin log. SCP-644 is led into the interview room by security personnel, outfitted with full fire-retardant gear, rated against temperatures up to 800 degrees Celsius, and outfitted with Kevlar and foam padding in case of explosive detonation. Personnel are also armed with high-capacity fire extinguishers. What's up with these guys? Dr. Latimer, please state your name for our records. I'm Mr. Hot, Marketing Consultant for Dr. Entertainment Incorporated, LLC. SCP-644 holds out the wrist pointing to the tattoo. Security personnel prepare to extinguish any potential fires. Hello, welcome in, Borkia. I hope you're having a fabulous Ferret Friday, or if you're in the time zone behind me, a terrific Tanaki Thursday. Tattoo. See, this is my idea because I keep my finger on the pulse of the market, eh? You had say in where your tattoo went? Yeah, me and the doctor, we were pretty close. Think I went to college with him. Where was that? Oh, I don't know. How does anyone really remember that stuff? So how are you? I'm doing fine. Could you tell me about your relationship with Entertainment? Fine. I mean, I'm sure you're missing the kids, right? They're with your husband. What do you know about my children? I'm excited? What are you excited about? Let us know. I know they miss you. I know they miss you. They don't. I mean, they don't even know what you do. This certainly isn't a university, right? Unless they've got some relaxed testing protocols. It's been, what, 2 weeks since you saw them? Go on. See, what I'm thinking is, you need to let them know they're loved. I mean, Jason, last semester, he got an A- in math, and that just went unrewarded? That's cold, Doctor! Yesterday, splashed the cash for a new PC. Ayo, let's go, that's exciting. You're right. What should I do? I think you give me the word. I'll put some word in higher up. No guarantees, but I'll see what I can do. What exactly can you do? Well, I'll talk to my friend upstairs. I'll call him Mr. Distributor, but he's not really. It's just a nickname. His name's Steven, but I'll talk to him. And if we find your kids are up to snuff, so to speak, I can get them some stuff to play with. Could even wrap it up. Put From Mommy on here. Is this a theater play? No, this is the SCP Wiki. I'm just putting on funny voices because I want to make it distinct when I'm playing different characters or when I'm, like, narrating. So this guy's, like, Italian, or, like, of Italian descent, so I'm trying to put on, like, a vaguely New Jersey accent. I don't really think it's working, but it's fun to do. He's got a lot of flair, this man. I need to know more. Need to know your toys are safe, of course. Yeah. About that. How about we talk about this a bit later without these eavesdroppers around? SCP-644 motions to the security personnel. That sounds wise. Alright, you know where to find me. Here's my card. SCP-644 produces a business card. Security personnel confiscate it and place it within a reinforced fireproof container. End log. Interview 2. Forward. Interview was conducted 1 day after initial recovery. Begin log excerpt. SCP-644 is brought into the interview room. A 10-centimeter thick barrier composed of heat-resistant blast-proof glass is erected between Dr. Latimer and the subject chair. Oh, come on! Hello, Mr. Hot. Hi, Doctor. Is this about the name? I'll be honest, I'm not that hot. It's just a precaution. Could you tell me more about what you mentioned yesterday? Your toys. Oh, yes. Entertainment products are fully tested, time guarantee, and are designed to enrich your children's imagination through fun exploration. You mentioned something about children fitting some requirement to receive toys. Could you elaborate? Well, you see, you can't just give this kind of craftsmanship to anybody. You give the average kid a relativistic race car, he's just gonna leave it on the shelf and go stare at the sun or something. No, we're looking for a higher caliber, someone so imaginative, someone who really would appreciate the work that goes into this stuff. All around great kid. What kind of work do you do? What do you do at Wondertainment? I mean, I don't want to go on about myself. This is about your kids, right? I need to know I can trust you as a source. Smart. I guess that's why you're the doctor and I'm just a mister. Ha! They call me a marketing consultant, but really, I'm involved at every step of the process. How did you become so valued by the organization? Lots of hard work, I assure you. At first, maybe luck. See, I was just a young guy, maybe 30 or so, but I get approached by this wonder guy, and Wondertainment offers me a chance to get really involved in something special, you know. Didn't you say you knew Wondertainment in college? Yeah, but anyways, I start working with him. He wants someone who's got a real good market, says, you know, he says, hot. I'm full of so many ideas, but what do I choose? I don't have forever. That's why I need you to sharpen my knife. Give us some focus. I've got just the thing to let you do that. So I go under, and when I come back, it's like zap! I know what ideas are gonna be hot all the time, and I work with him, and we're going like gangbusters, spreading like mad, me and him, and he says to me, my mind isn't what it used to be. Hot, let's hone your creative mind. We do it again, and suddenly I'm a powerhouse. I come to him like, Doc, I've got a great idea. How about instead of playing with your food, you can have an intelligent conversation with your food? And I'd say to him, and he'd say to me, Hot, you have quite the melon on your shoulders. And I'd say, wow, thanks, boss. And then he'd put a miniature melon on my shoulder, and we both have a laugh. It's our little joke, see? Well, I was until it started making Headless feel self-conscious. But
We continued on like that for years. I helped with every endeavor. I thought, what kids love? Taking baths, or having imaginary friends, or laughing at jokes, or, well, we had some weird years. And in my twilight years, I started some pet projects. One of the projects literally became a pet, actually. Like, the concept of it was inanimate, got torched when it started biting fingers. But boss, he said to me, he had a cool idea. And he told me, and I was just in love. So he gave me this tattoo and told me my desk job days were complete. Actually, I was complete. And I needed to head out and start spreading the love. So many underprivileged kids. Did you know that 1 in 5 children live beneath the poverty line? They could use some entertainment, am I right? That was about 7 years ago. And that's when you became Mr. Hot. I was always Mr. Hot, ma'am. Now, are you interested in my product or what? What kind of toy did you have in mind? I was thinking Dr. Wondertainment's Carpal Critters trademark. It's a virtual pet, right? But it's not in a computer. It lives inside your forearm. Some local anesthesia hollows the whole thing out. And then it's your friend. It can read bedtime stories, do your math homework, the whole rigmarole. And it's very understanding. You can yell at it, vent at it, tell it to get lost, and it'll forgive you. And it'd be to give your owner a big hug when you wake up. What do you say? I'll think about it. Well, that was fun. I liked Mr. Hot mostly because I felt like he was a great excuse to do a funny voice. And like all VTubers, I love doing funny voices for my characters. Okay. Closing my eyes. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Please give me another funny voice. SCP Red. Ooh, this is a different format than we've seen. In a dark room, a bank of monitor screens illuminated a pale face. And you are Miss Hot? Oh, you are what? The rusted brown glow of the video feeds gave Roger Little more color than the sun had cared to give him in the past few months. Half a kilometer north and 200 meters down, an automated surveillance drone slowly made its way through a series of corroded metal hallways. It was oddly silent. Beyond the whine of computers and the whir of fans, Roger fiddled with his volume before checking the system audio. Nothing but the noises but the drone itself. No groaning, no creaking, no screaming. Just the soft click-clack of the drone. Roger checked the timing. The drone should have reached it by now. He squinted into the glare and overrode the drone. Nothing but flakes of rusted metal scattered across a floor of rusted metal. Fallen from the ceiling of rusted metal. Well, I was really into that, but I feel like the repetition just did not hit. I'm sorry whoever wrote this, but it did not hit. After several minutes of searching, Roger rubbed his temples. He drummed his fingers on the little metal desk and took a few deep breaths. He reached over and picked up the bulky plastic phone sitting on the edge of his workspace. He dialed the number and only had to wait a few seconds before it was answered. Sir, it's Roger Little. From surveillance, we may have a problem. In the cold reaches of space, a satellite continued to do what it had done for over a decade. It hung in the weaker clutches of the Earth's gravity and watched a man wander about. The man it was watching, however, was doing something a ways away from his status quo. He was running through the sweltering heat of the American Southwest, in the middle of summer, over the scorched sun, under a blazing sun. Mr. Lost ran. In hot pursuit was a man with fiery red hair, his black jacket left unbuttoned, its snouts behind him like shadows cast by a fire, the red trimming a much duller affair than his hair. He was gaining on the Lost, who would continue to make the mistake of looking over his shoulder. Each glance seemed to give the red-haired man more speed. The eventual collision left Lost sprawled on the ground, for a moment away before he tried crawling. The second man was up in a near instant. He brushed himself off and waited a moment before continuing his pursuit. He walked just behind Lost for a time, until he tried to get up. The pursuer kicked his target back into the ground. This repeated itself quite some time, until the red-haired man simply grabbed the man in the green jacket and dragged him in the opposite direction. They eventually came upon a third man who had been sitting on a rock outcropping,
Blood and rust clung to every inch of his body. With what seemed to be considerable effort, the man stood. He took 2 steps before falling. The red man grabbed the rusted man by the shirt and hauled him up to his shoulder in a way that was quick, but not unkind, all whilst Mr. Lost remained, gripped in the opposite hand. After what looked like a satisfied sigh, the red man walked east. An oh my god, how much fucking words are there going to be? An 05 rolled an unlit cigar back and forth under the sleek top of his desk. In front of him, the video feed on the monitor ended. Beyond that, his secretary stood at attention. The secretary took a brief glance at his clipboard. As you can see, sir, the unknown humanoid has captured both 2933 and 920. Further surveillance from multiple sources is now heading for one of our facilities. The overseer idly flicked the cigar, sending it spinning. Given the context, I'm assuming it can be safely assumed who the entity is. It's attacked 2 of the 3 little Mr. anomalies we don't have properly contained and now seems to be heading for the site where we do contain the other 17. Combined with its general appearance, yes. The list designation, number 14, Mr. Red. Lock the site down. We don't know what Red is capable of. Considering it was about to escape 2933-1 and was able to transport 920 for over 100 miles without stopping, it's not something we want to discover firsthand in the midst of an active facility. The secretary nodded and departed for his own desk. Left alone, the overseer flicked off the cigar and spun it between his fingers. He replayed the submitted videos and quietly thought to himself. Eventually, his secretary returned and after a brief wait, hustled back out with a freshly stamped order. Alone again, 05-4, the silver lighter off his desk and thumbed it several times before it sparked. A group of people sat in a room full of monitors, not quite like the one previously described, which was merely a one-man obligation simply for the principle of the thing. As Fedor boldly claimed, reading site redacted, this was a security station for a Foundation site full of attentive individuals with live feed covering nearly every hallway and the ability to stream feeds from various containment cells if forwarded from the cell's own containment team. One attentive individual sat up in her chair, more so than her already perfect posture had allowed. She began squinting at one of the monitors, showing a feed of a camera deep within the facility well away from any of the entrances. Within the frame was a trio of men, one dressed in a black and red jacket, one in a coat of metal, and one in a green hoodie. The first was carrying the second and dragging the third. The former was groaning and screeching like rusted clockwork, and the latter was attempting to crawl away despite appearing to be unconscious. She wondered how they had arrived in sight despite being locked down. When no one else made any sort of comment, the worker flagged down her superior as quick as she could and explained what she had seen. But when she pointed to the group of monitors of the area the man had been spotted in, they were nowhere to be seen. Now, one of her co-workers, who had been monitoring an entirely different wing, was reporting about them. By the time attention arrived on the monitor in question, the men were nowhere to be seen, and further examination had showed that they had disappeared from surveillance entirely. 05-4 snubbed out his cheap cigar in one hand and thumbed the buttons of his monitor with the other. A round woman with sharp eyes snapped into view. After a smoky exhale, the 05 sat up and meshed his fingers together, if only for himself. His outgoing calls only showed a generic silhouette. Zycan, I hope all is well, the site director fidgeted. To her credit, it was only slightly. Not as such, sir. Red has somehow breached the facility, with both lost and scary. More than that, he broadcasted a video message from somewhere in the facility, and he's made demands. The weight of silence from her superior stayed as Zycan. After several seconds, 05-4 took a slow breath and said, "Somewhere in the facility? Well, sir, I don't recognize the area. It appeared to be a medical bay, but it definitely isn't any I'm aware of." With him was a little girl with a swollen stomach. He called her Catherine, but we don't have any subjects on file with that name. Aw, thank you for the brush my hair. I appreciate it. Let's find out what we'll do. Okay, no ball toggle on this model, okay. Oh. Yeah, no, okay. That's crazy. I could have swear that this. Oh no, 1, 2.
Ponytail? No. Okay. I have no idea if this model has any hairstyle toggles. I could have swore it did, but it's not responding, so... Wait. I was about to say, oh, maybe it's because I turned my toggles off, but no, they're working pretty clearly. But thank you, sorry you just wasted 100 points. Oops, daisies. What was I up to? The name pressed down on the overseer's chest. He took deep breaths in an effort to calm himself, but every inhale became more and more difficult. On autopilot, his hands opened his cigar case. The lighter sparked on the first click, and he took a deep drag. On exhale, he realized what he was doing, but he decided he may as well enjoy it while he could. How in the world could Red have known about 23-05-4? Are you still there? He shifted out of his daze, if only slightly. Zyken, right, yes, what are his demands? For you to come to see him personally, or he would kill the girl. The next fool turned half the cigar to ash, and nothing else, just for you to see him in person. 05-4 watched his hand shake, smoke from the cigar zigzagging. What did you tell him? That I would notify you. You didn't say anything about that being against protocol, it being unlikely of happening, anything like that. Seemed unwise to do so given the context. He finished his cigar. If we're both alive tomorrow, remind me to give you a pay rise. So, he terminated the connection. One door creaked open only to reveal another. 05-4 stepped through and stared down the man leaning against a wall, an IV sticking into his arm. Mr. Scary looked at him and smiled. The contraction chipped away some of the rust and blood flowed from the edges of his mouth. Neither said anything as the overseer stepped past the little mister, glanced at the bag of morphine, and went through the second door, this one rusted open. He considered breaking into a run down the hallway and settled on a stiff jog. Some of the tiles cracked under his feet, and when he arrived at the double doors, they were open, the joints rusting them in place. 170's her was all that was visible on the plaque beside the doors. Rust began to cling to some of the machinery, but the video feed of SCP-231-7's room was still functioning. Overseer 4 sealed himself before looking. A little girl lay in her hospital bed, her pregnant belly covered by her surgical gown. She seemed quite calm given the circumstances, but given her general situation, there likely wasn't much that would upset her anymore. Next to her in bed was a man in a red vest, his jacket draped over the back of the seat. In one hand he held the ankle of the rusting man who was attempting to crawl away, and in the other he held a children's book. The only sounds in the room were lost groaning as his body rusted as he scrabbled against the decaying tiles, and Red reading in a warm voice. 05-4 found the intercom and pressed the button. Catherine winced as the squealing of the system turned on, and Red cocked his head at the noise. "Alright, Mr. Red, I'm here." Red released Lost and slowly turned in his seat to reach into his jacket pocket, removing a piece of paper. He marked his place in the story and shut it. Setting the book on the bed, as Red looked into the camera, 05-4 saw flakes of black and brown on Red's skin, red lightning sparking against it and revealing smooth skin. Red smiled. "There's no need for the Mr. finale. We're all friends here. I'm Red, open parentheses, discontinued, close parenthesis. My friends just call me Fred. Red, how are you for?" Geniality was not what 05-4 was expecting. A few moments passed, filled only with the sound of the Lost banging on the door, before Red tilted his head and waved the camera. 05-4 cleared his throat and said, "I've been better, Red. You've been causing a lot of problems lately. Now what is it that you want?" Red shrugged theatrically, splaying his palms. "Sorry about that, though I do believe I was clear in my video earlier. I'd like to see you. Face to face, no cameras, no PA systems, no tricks, no body doubles." Was that a knife in Red's hand? No, nothing. A trick of the light. A video oddity. "Before that, I have one question. How did you get here?" "Walked. This site has been on lockdown, and you were able to avoid surveillance on your trek despite us having a satellite meant to track Mr. Lost, and you somehow not only knew of this wing, but how to access it." "Like I said, I walked. As for what I knew, call it insider information. Now please, do get in here."
Again, a glimpse of black in his palm, a jagged shadow that played hell with the lighting of the room. With great trepidation, 05-4 unlocked the blast door and dodged Lost as he darted past. After watching the little mister run down the hall, the overseer stepped into the room. It smelled of disinfectant and lilac, thanks to the small aromatizer next to the bed. He felt his hammer away in his throat as he looked to Red, and clenched slightly when the child gave him a little wave. Red gestured to the armchair on the opposite side of the bed. Once they were both seated, Red cupped his hands together and sighed. "So this is it," Red said. "The finale. The brief period after a long sentence that drips with the taste of freedom. How long have you been doing this job?" The overseer was silent. Red smiled. Thor would have sworn the overhead lights took on a bloody hue. "I," Red finally said, "have been a little mister. What is it? Almost 20 years? Something like that. It's been difficult, let me tell you." Red looked down at the dagger in his hand, which was now all too real. With something akin to reverence, he lifted it up and dragged the shadow across his own throat, cutting so deep his trachea whistled softly. Red ran... Oh! Double D announced that... Oh, that's because it's not his name. That is the actual color. Okay, I was about to be like, woo! Bloody, typo, but no, I was premature. Red ran down his shirt, but it clung at odd places, depicting the runes that sat at the edge of the overseer's memory. Lightning lanced out and into the damage, and the blood draining as red sparks healed the wound. The little mister took another breath, and there's no getting away from it. It won't let me go. As long as this stupid dirt ball keeps spinning, I'm going to be here, unchanging, undying, unable to feel much beyond blinding rage. He smiled again. But what if it stopped spinning? What if I could stop it all? What if I could stop hurting? I'd have to try, right? If that's your intention, why bring me here? Why drag the other two around? I guess I needed some kind of closure, Red said, his eyes distant. Red eventually stirred from his trance. Here, I want you to have this. He removed the bookmark from its spot and unfolded it before handing it over. 05-4 stared at the list. One line in particular drew his eye. Mr. Red, open parentheses, discontinued, close parentheses. The man stood there for a moment, eyes unfocused. Somewhere in his mind, the 20th slot was filled. He leaned to the right, his hand out as if ready for a cane to take the weight. After a moment, he caught his balance and examined his right hand, and then the left, flexing and clenching them. He straightened back up and examined the room. The former body of 05-4 took a breath. Mr. Collector let it out. Collector reached into his pocket and pulled out a crisp piece of paper and uncrumpled it despite its confines. He let out a small chuckle. The paper between his thumb and middle finger he snapped, and a bubble formed around the parchment. It floated just above him, bounced when he tapped it. He gave the top of the bubble a light pat, and it collapsed into itself, away for him to take out later. "How are you feeling?" Red asked from his seat. "Better than I have in years," Collector responded. When he spoke, Red sat up, squinted. "And yourself?" "You!" Red flew forward, knife in hand. Collector slapped it away into a bubble which soared just out of Red's flailing grasp. Red drew another from his sleeve and threw it, only for it to be caught in another bubble. Red in the face, Red swung a fist while simply producing a dagger with his palm. Collector caught the punch, and a silky bubble wrapped itself around the Red's hand. He pulled and yanked and was only able to free himself when he released the grip on the third shadow knife. "How?" Red demanded. "You should be dead. You said the girl said you were dead." "I likely am. The me you are speaking to is merely a copy made prior to Mr. Forgetful erasing me from my old body. Whatever was left of the body of Isaiah Crawford that was after Dr. Wondertainment, though a bit too factory mixed in for my taste. I'm supposed to remember because Mr. Forgetful couldn't get to... I suppose I remember all that because Forgetful couldn't get to me as merely in potentia. You remember Mr. Mad? He was a fucking... Were we all just tests? A fucking training ground? Not all of you, no. Mr. Collector, maiden name Dr. Wondertainment, smiled. It lacked its old rainbow glow, but it shined all the same. Forgetful and stripes to cover my tracks, but ladders rubber to get you all here. The smile faded. Scary. The truth be told, the whole collector concept was done fairly late into the project's development. I mostly wanted to see how things would turn out. How is Isabel doing? Red glowered. So then why was I made? The old man narrowed his eyes that weren't really his. You're a gamble, I suppose. Of course, I made a grave error. As they say, always bet on black. Red grabbed the collector by the collar. Do you think this is fucking funny? That I'm somehow funny? Not as such. My apologies. I was trying to lighten the mood. What would you like me to say? You were a defect? That I condensed a power that was much more destructive than I could have imagined and pumped it into some young man's veins? I tried to change you, but you wouldn't take it much. So Red you became. Red released his grip, his face expressionless. So a mistake. By the way, I'm imagining Red as fucking like Crowley from Good Omens. Like this guy in my head is being played by David Tennant for real. I collect a strangest high. I would more say an unfortunate surprise, but who doesn't like surprises? Huh. Red reeled back, smiling. It took a few seconds for his face to move again. I'll show you a surprise. And what's that? The grin on Red's mouth was almost as sharp as the knives in the collector's bubbles. That would be telling, dear father. Can't spoil the surprise. Red sidled next to the child's bed and smiled down at her. Catherine smiled back up at him, her gaze occasionally edging towards the other mister. Red sat down, the impact bouncing the book up off the bed. A chuckle left him as he bent over to get it. Red set the book down in the center of the bed. He traced out a curved knife on the cover. A spark of red followed his fingertip, outlining the weapon. Once completed, the red flickered and was filled with black. Red slipped the knife off the book as one would a playing card and held it for the collector to see. When Red turned it so that the blade faced collector, it merely appeared to be a wispy black line in the flickering sight. Are you ready? Red asked Catherine in a soft voice. The child took a few breaths. Are you sure you can? I don't want him getting hurt. Red twirled the knife in one hand and brushed her hair with the other. These people may have locked him away, but I happen to have the key. With trembling fingers, she lifted up her gown to expose her belly. Brands marked her swollen skin, dull and dark. They crackled like coal when Red touched them. Catherine lay flat and squeezed her eyes. The twisted scalpel slipped into her, the blade so fine she didn't even wince. But as Red ran the knife across her, she began to scream. The runes on her skin sizzled as Red cut them, vapor rising into the air. Within the girl, red and purple pulsed and writhed. Her womb mangled and distended. It squished and squelched as her yelling became racking sobs. All while the collector stood impassively at the foot of the bed. He'd seen as bad, caused worse, but a twinge of guilt struck him as he thought of Sweetie. Hopefully she would at least speak to him when he found her. Collector stirred from his thoughts and Red cleared his throat and knife hanging over the mess. Don't lose focus, old man. You're about to witness the birth of a new era, or at least the death of this one. The knife dropped. Rather than cut or tear into the tissue, the dagger simply sank into it, black into a mottled red, but as it was swallowed, a pinprick of bright red showed itself. There was a moment of stillness, even within the girl, as the shadows cast across her intestines swelled to red. The room was suddenly all too full. The smell of iron was nearly palpable, a loud, ripping sound, the only thing accompanying Catherine's now resumed screams. Hardened flesh that matched the color of a dying sun dripped with blood and placenta. It pressed within the room, on the walls, under the bed, even within the inhabitants. The ceiling began to crack, and then the tearing sounds intensified enough to drown out sobs. The ceiling exploded. The earth and concrete above it obliterated as the thing rose. Level after level was leveled by the growing expanse. It grew as it rose, each rising floor destroyed in a greater capacity. Eventually, Sight Redacted was exposed to the open air, where dark clouds were beat about by a pair of reverse wings. 11 mouths creaked open to take their first breaths. Foundation personnel stared up in slack-jaw awe. At a distance, civilians could at least spot the crown of horns began to panic. Down in the medical room, a trio remained, a thin umbilical cord connecting Catherine to her son. Red crackled and pointed out to the monstrosity out to the spent child. The collector tapped the side of his head and a bubble formed around it. The seventh son spoke. Clouds broken and the sky cracked under the weight of his words. The air itself tasted of blood. All those within the range of his mighty voice felt crimson run out their ears with the exception of the single man standing in the center of it all. His bubble vibrated rainbows against an onslaught that held. "Do you see?" Red yelled, none hearing him over the din. He touched the blood coming out of his ear and showed it to Collector. "It's over. I can finally be I can finally be over." Once the bubble stopped shaking, the Collector popped it. The world was silent, waiting for the sun's next words. He took the umbilical cord in his hand and proffered it to Red. The crack of a smile broke Red's face. From nowhere he produced another dagger, and with no amount of ceremony separated mother and child. Knowing this, the seventh son drew another breath. When he spoke again, his words fell on deaf ears. The air around him shimmered slightly, reflecting a rainbow in places. Collector lowered his hand from where he had touched the Scarlet King's spawn. Something stuck to his hand, which he wiped on the bedsheet. He cleared his throat and adjusted his tie again. After a moment, he turned to Red, a small smile on his lips. "I'm so sorry. I'm afraid I couldn't hear you over all the noise. What were you saying?" Red said nothing. He said nothing for a short time, then his eye twitched. He looked at the shimmer of the bubble around the seventh sun, at the stain on the bed. Bony palms dug into his eyes as he tried to rub away whatever nonsense was clouding his vision. When he looked again, the scene was the same. "No," Red said. A full sword in hand, he slashed the bubble, the blade digging into the film. Then it flew out his hand as the bubble pushed back. "No!" Collector watched Red attack the bubble over and over again with a variety of shadow weapons. After a dozen or so weapons were embedded in the wall behind him, Red slashed his own hands and thrust the scarlet lightning into the bubble. It did nothing but catch the light. "No!" Red repeated, turning on the Collector. "No! Sorry, is this distracting you?" Collector said. He raised a palm and snatched away the seventh son, now the size of a newt, contained within the little mister's hand. "I'll put it away." Red watched as his savior vanished with a whimsical mouth agape. He turned to his queen. She couldn't look back. Her eyes glazed over. Her breaths came in short, ragged bursts. Red ground his teeth together and turned his back on the Collector. With a mouthful of blood and darkness, Red yelled, "No!" He stumbled forward, knife in hand, without the usual motion. It buried itself in the Collector's chest. "No!" Red screamed, spraying blood in the Collector's face. He pulled the knife out of his brother/father and continued stabbing him. "No! No! No!" Blood flew together with each stab. Droplets froze mid-air, catching sprays and sloshing together into the hovering bubbles of blood. Color drained from the Collector's face as Red gained more and more. "No!" Red whispered, losing breath. His arm fell open, opening a gash across the Collector's stomach. The knife fell and disintegrated, merging with the shadow cast by the last blood orb. A tear droplet met it. "No." Collector Isaiah hugged his brother/son. Red sobbed against the offered shoulder. When the cries weakened his strength, Collector led Red back to his seat. Red fell into it, wrapped himself in his jacket. With a flick of his wrist, the Collector brought the crimson orbs into himself. By the time he finished collecting the shadow weapons remained, he regained some color, though he moved slowly. He went about popping the armaments, save for one. He took out his bubble and sat on the arm of the chair between Red and Catherine. "I can't say this is how I envisioned the family reunion," Collector mused, but I think I can afford you at least one gift." Red almost laughed. "What could you possibly give me?" "Less give," Collector said. "More take." Red blinked. He stared at the swirling hate bubbled in front of him. He winced when it vanished away with a light tap from the Collector. Emptiness filled him. Wonderful, calming emptiness. Tranquil, simple serenity. Red felt where the Collector had prodded him. It's gone. Simply somewhere else. Red nearly sprang from his chair. "The girl, you could take whatever they did her out, make her right?" "I don't believe they made her wrong," Collector said, turning his gaze to Catherine. "If a Scarlet King could enter the world without humanity's help, he would have done it already. She chose this life for him. There is nothing for me to take from her except..." The black dagger seemed to try to catch the light in his hand. "At least let me do it," Red urged. "I didn't wash your hands of blood for you to dirty them again, Red. What's a few more drops of mine?" He was silent for a moment, and then Red said, "I don't think I really want that name anymore." He closed his eyes. The roiling red sea in his mind was now a calm blue. I'm thinking blue. Blue. With 2 E's. Collector wheezed a laugh. So be it. Excuse me one moment, Blue. It was over quick. Blue had found it hard to look at her, so he covered her up. So what now? Now you enter one of the Foundation's little boxes like your siblings. What? That's it? Blue stood. No, that isn't fair. It can't just end like... Collector put up a hand and Blue went silent. Collector reached into his pocket slowly, like an old man he looked to be. You may be free of the Scarlet King's branding, but not of one detainments. I'm in the body of a Foundation overseer now. We have to act our parts. The Collector finally retrieved the paper he'd pulled out of his pocket earlier. He offered it to Blue, who took it gingerly. Oh, they're a family! They're a family, guys! Blue made a double take. But the fun isn't over yet. A whole new set of misters will be brought into development, brought to you by our own Miss Air. Blue looked up. The Collector's smile had more strength than the rest of his body combined. Because we're not done yet. That's crazy! That's crazy. Okay, so what did we learn from this? What was the moral? Deus Ex Machina is always annoying. That feels like a good moral. I did kind of wonder what the payoff would be for collecting all the misters. But I guess. What else? Is there anything else? Yeah, I'm mostly just pissed off about Deus Ex Machina. Although I have to say, making bubbles that can contain like an entire Demon King's kind of cool. I'll give it that much. And pregnancy in a child who should not be pregnant. Not that there is a concept of a child who should be pregnant is always really disgusting. So I guess visceral horror prompts to that. I guess kind of like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 7 with Steel Ball Run with Lucy getting pregnant with Jesus. Long story. Something to consider. Okay. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Next one. We've got to get through these. Oh, finally, a non-Mr. SCP-227. Chosen because 227 is my birthday. It's also Pokemon Day. Object class. Safe. Special containment procedures. SCP-227 is to be kept in a climate-controlled room at a temperature of 21 to 24 degrees Celsius and humidity no higher than 10%. Anyone touching the object is required to wear surgical gloves. A supply of these is to be kept with SCP-227 at all times. Food, drink, cigarettes, or any other sources of contamination are not allowed inside the containment area. Loose clothing, hair, or other adornment is not recommended. Only personnel with level 3 or higher clearance are allowed to access SCP-227, although lower-ranking staff are allowed to use the object while under supervision. If SCP-227 needs to be transported to another location, it should be sealed in an insulated, airtight container filled with inert gas. Description: SCP-227 is a bronze clockwork device measuring 10 cm by 16 cm by 26 cm and weighing 5 kg. SCP-227 is somewhat similar in appearance to reconstructions of Antikythera mechanism, an incomplete and heavily corroded Greek artifact thought to date to approximately 100 BCE. Unlike that artifact, SCP-227 was found intact and fully functional. This is partly because SCP-227 was found on land at Redacted in Unknown, instead of at the bottom of the Mediterranean. The lack of significant damage is remarkable. Preliminary testing of SCP-227 shows that it may have the ability to repair itself over time. Further testing is pending approval from the O5 staff. SCP-227 has one major dial with 3 hands on the front base. This dial has several concentric rings which rotate independently. The rear face has 2 major dials with 2 hands each. These dials are surrounded by a spiral groove, for which some of the internal gearing is visible. A number of smaller dials are arranged around the object. The total number of these dials visible at once varies when the object is in use, as does the number of hands on each dial. There are 3 small cranks on the right side of SCP-227. Turning any of these sets the moving parts of SCP-227 into action. The top crank causes the most rapid change. Some of the smaller hands have been observed moving at speeds of redacted RPM. Extended use of the top crank causes SCP-227 to heat up significantly. Personnel are advised to use caution when turning the top crank to avoid damaging SCP-227 or injuring themselves. The middle and bottom crank are used for medium and fine adjustments respectively. The object is covered in a large number of inscriptions. The majority are in Attic Greek. However, there are various writing systems that have yet to be deciphered. These include Linear A, Cretan hieroglyphs, and one or more unknown languages. This translatable text is essentially a manual of operation for SCP-227, with the exception of one passage which states data expunged. The full significance of this passage is under investigation. Early indications are that SCP-227 is an incredibly accurate astronomical computer. Symbols corresponding to the Sun, Moon, and planets are prominently placed along the major front dial, along with many other symbols of unknown meanings. The rear major dials have markings consistent with several ancient calendar systems. These include Calippic, Metonic, Saros, and Sophic cycles. There are also at least 2 more previously unknown calendar systems present. Addendum SCP-227-1. Further study has revealed that SCP-227 is able to compute the locations of bodies that were only recently discovered by modern astronomers. For example, one set of hands and markings responds to the Kuiper Belt object via 50,000 Quara. Quara is difficult to detect even with the Hubble Space Telescope. How the designer of SCP-227 was able to predict its orbit is unknown. Addendum 2. SCP-227 has demonstrated an ability to predict even aperiodic astronomical events. One researcher was turning the top crank and happened to notice a minor dial appear very briefly. Fine-tuning revealed that the minor dial first appears on the date corresponding to the 23rd of February 1987. This is the date that the supernova SN 1987A was first observed on Earth. Addendum number 3. Advancing SCP-227 past the date corresponding to redacted 22 is not possible. A force of up to 100 N applied to the bottom crank is unable to produce movements past this date. Testing of additional force has not been authorized due to the risk of damaging SCP-227. When the date of the object is set to this date, a large number of dials and symbols appear which are not seen at any other setting. The meaning of this final setting is unknown. Some researchers believe that this may represent an XK class end of world scenario, such as a wandering ground dwarf, the so-called Nemesis hypothesis, a gamma ray burst, or data expunged. Addendum 4. The date of the final setting of SCP-227 was observed to change once to a time redacted years later than the previous date. The symbols that appeared at this new final setting were somewhat different from the previous one, but their meaning remains unknown. Research into what may have caused this change is underway. Interesting, it's like a very weird clock. Interesting. Yeah, I don't really have much more to say to this, but other than I'm a bit of an astrology girly, so this made me happy. It was kind of like astrology themed in my mind anyway. Alrighty, we're getting there. SCP-1007. Object Class Safe. Special containment procedures. When inactive, SCP-1007 is to be kept in a standard coffin along with SCP-007-1. The subject may only be activated during routine testing. As of current regulations on the Misters, SCP is to be contained in Hall 8 of Site 13. Description: SCP-1007 appears to be a male of intermediate ethnicity who undergoes the entire human life cycle within a 75-minute time frame. And these people make music? And they make albums? Every couple of months? What the fuck, man? I mean, I guess if you're doing this, you probably have, like, some, insights on the human condition, so, maybe that makes sense. Maybe that makes sense. Well, maybe they weren't meant to be in a band. I don't really know. Where was I up to? Once 75 minutes has elapsed, the subject will invariably expire of a spontaneous cessation of metabolic activity with no evident cause. It reports feeling excruciating pain during the first 16 minutes when its bones and muscles are changing very rapidly. Then process violates the first law of thermodynamics, as the subject does not seem to require any energy to fuel the massive amount of cellular growth. SCP-0-1 is a key that fits into a small metal keyhole inserted into the subject's back, in between its shoulder blades. X-ray scans have shown that the keyhole is an empty socket with no internal mechanism. When it is turned, the subject's physical age is reversed by 1 year for each turn. Until it has regressed to the form of a neonate. It is not known, however, mass that is removed from the subject's body as it shrinks. If this is done after the subject's 75-minute lifespan has elapsed, the subject will reactivate. If the subject has been dead long enough for it to decay, any decay, regardless of extent, will also be reversed. SCP-1007 was recovered by Task Force Tau 6 along with SCP Redacteds 1 through 2 and 3 during a raid on the California mansion of Redacted, a known customer of Marshall Carter and Dark Limited. Redacted admitted that he had obtained SCP-1007 at an MCD-sponsored auction, claimed that at the auction there was at least 4 other Misters for sale, though he did not recall to whom they had been sold. Addendum 1. The words Mr. Life and Mr. Death in the Little Misters Restricted by Dr. One Attainment are tattooed on the SCP-1007's right calf. This appears as 11 on the document SCP-909-A. Addendum 2. The fact that this designation seemingly refers to repair has taken to some to mean that SCP-1007 has a counterpart that has yet to be recovered. SCP-1007 has stated that it is unaware of the existence of a counterpart and believes that its designation refers to the fact that it alternates between life and death. However, given that it is also unaware of the existence of several other Misters known to the Foundation, the existence of its hypothetical counterpart remains a possibility, and efforts are being made to determine its whereabouts. God, these people are fucking determined. They see some weird shit and they're like, yeah, we're gonna get to the fucking bottom of this, and you guys will never know how or why or anything else about it because data expunged. Alrighty. Closing my eyes. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. This one. 920. Please be just through. Come on. Be Mr. Death by pure coincidence. I'm begging you. SCP-920. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. Mobile Task Force IOTA-1, Mr. Hunters, are currently tracking SCP... this is probably Mr. Lost if I had to guess. SCP-920's movements are being followed by satellite observation. Yes, confirmed. Tracking of SCP-920 by land or air has been discontinued. Suggestions of efficient containment of SCP-920 may be submitted to Dr. Redacted. Any personnel encountering Mobile Task Force IOTA-1 are to contact 05-4, Server Collector. Description: SCP-920 appears to be an Asian male of indeterminate age. Transportation, movement, or direction of SCP-920 to a certain destination is physically impossible. SCP-920 shows an inability to control its own movements and will instead wander about, being unable to choose a destination. Attempts at transporting SCP-920 to any destination result in transporters becoming lost. Attempts at directing SCP-920 will result in SCP-920 becoming lost. Following SCP-920 will result in SCP-920 and the follower becoming lost. There is no determinate point at which SCP-290's effects will take place. Seemingly random events such as a malfunctioning radar system and GPS units, earthquakes, and cloud formations and severe human negligence have all been recorded to manifest when transportation of 920 has been attempted. SCP-920 appears to have a slight psychic pull, causing subjects that come in contact with SCP-920 to feel a compulsion to walk and talk with him. Conversing with SCP-920 is not recommended, as typically subjects will follow 920 and become lost. That makes it really extra impressive that bloody Red found a way to bring him home. It does not appear to have normal requirements and can wander through deserts, tundras, and oceans without encountering difficulties. Addendum-1, SCP-920 was discovered at the entrance expunged of Site Redacted. However, during escort to Hall at Redacted, SCP-920 escaped containment. SCP-920 was later discovered outside a small town near Site Redacted. Attempts at recontainment were discontinued following the disappearance of redacted amount of personnel. I feel like it's going to be I feel like it's only a double-digit number, but I still feel like it's probably quite high. Addendum-2, the words Mr. Lost from the Little Misters, restricted by Dr. One Attainment, are tattooed upon SCP-920. This designation appears as 16 in a document SCP-909-A. SCP-920 was originally discovered wearing a green hoodie, a white t-shirt, and jeans. The brand name Doctor's Orders is sewn into all the tags. Addendum 9-3. Yes, by lost, we mean lost, misplaced, disoriented, off course, whatever you'd like to call it. No personnel have been sent to another plane of infinite misters. Quote from Dr. Redacted. On unknown dates, SCP-920 was restrained by Foundation personnel, and Site-207 was established as his location to contain him. Within redacted amount of hours, it became clear that personnel could not locate Site-207. After an unknown amount of days, Site-207 was abandoned due to critical supply issues. That's hilarious and deserved. I love you, Mr. Lost. You're very funny. You're very funny. You're a funny guy. Okay. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tick by the toe. If it screams, let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Uh-oh. What is this? SCP... Containment Class Euclid in a 1908 in a state of rest. Special containment procedures is to be held within a waterproof containment cell that has been outfitted with a standard sized bathtub. It will be provided 40 grams of soap flakes a day for sustenance. As per regulations regarding the Mr. anomalies, the anomaly cell has been situated in 34B of Site 55. Media may not be brought in contact with SCP-1908 without the approval of Dr. Everwood. Newly obtained SCP-1908-B and SCP-1908-C instances are to be examined and transcribed by NOUS.AIC, then stored in Site 55's Anomalous Media Archive. Direct viewing of SCP-1908-B and 1908-C instances is strictly prohibited. Cleaning staff are restricted from entering SCP-1908's containment cell. It has been allowed to maintain the cleanliness of its space. If SCP-1908 is observed to become especially discontent, up to 1 kilogram of dirt is to be dispensed about itself for enrichment purposes. Finally, someone cares about these things enrichment. Thank you, I appreciate it. Finally, some ethics. Can you believe that there's ethics on my SCP website sometimes? Very rarely. Description: SCP-1908 is a sapient mass of opaque white-blue soap water that is approximately 190 liters in volume. The anomaly can locomote by rolling itself across the ground in a roughly spherical mass, though maintaining this shape appears to be particularly taxing. Consequently, SCP-1908 generally prefers to remain stationary and within an appropriately sized container. To interact with its environment in more complex manners, SCP-1908 will partially coalesce itself into portions of human anatomy. SCP-190-A. Okay, that's why we didn't see A earlier. Because A is the man boobs we saw up there. When the anomaly is not consciously exerting control over SCP-1908-A, particularly during its regular periods of dormancy, instances will manifest and demanifest at random intervals. Upon being questioned about this phenomenon, SCP-1908 displayed significant frustration with its inability to fully regulate its own body. Approximately 5% of SCP-1908-A instances generate a tattoo printed somewhere on their surface, each being a variation of the words Mr. Bath from the Little Misters restricted by Dr. One Attainment. In 85% of all noted tattoo manifestations, the name Mr. Bath was replaced by Mr. Wash, Mr. Scrub, Mr. Water, Mr. Clean, Mr. Bubble, or Mr. No More Dirt. At no point has any variation of Mr. Soap been observed by an SCP-1908-A percentage. The anomaly was first discovered when it appeared at Site 55's primary entrance within an ornate clawfoot bathtub emblazoned with Dr. Wondertainment's logo. SCP-CO-018 subsequently found floating within SCP-1908. That was... there's more? Holy moly, what is Mr. Bath doing? But this is what Mr. Hot came up with to make bathing your children more fun, so that's creepy as hell. Media alteration. Wait, this is prohibited to read. Why am I reading it? Adult-oriented media that comes in contact with SCP-1908 becomes an SCP-190-B instance. SCP-109-B instances lack any form of... This is funny. I'm seeing where this is going, and this is funny. I can't wait. Lack any form of mature language, violence, or bloodshed, regardless of original subject matter. Their tone is light-hearted and upbeat, with conflicts that are primarily resolved by usage of Dr. Wondertainment brand products. That's hilarious. Perceiving an instance of SCP-B's instance for more than 3 minutes will result in death via aerial air embolism. Holy fuck, that went to 100 out of nowhere, which appears to be caused by the manifestation of soap bubbles within the bloodstream. Holy fuck. Okay, so this is The Shining, 1980, which is a very boring movie, and it's artistic, I'll give it that much, but it's kind of boring. The primary conflict of this narrative revolves around Jack Torrance focusing on work above spending time with his family. At no point is his history of addiction or physical abuse alluded to. The majority of the film's runtime is devoted to a series of slapstick pranks that Danny Torrance plays on his father with the aid of the spirits of the Overlook Hotel, who are portrayed in 2D animation as bedsheet ghosts. During the famous all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy scene, Wendy Torrance abruptly turns away to the typewriter to look directly into the camera. She proceeds to praise the super paper that Jack Torrance had been typing on, describing its many favorable traits for several minutes. The film ends with the Torrance family celebrating Christmas together, in which they receive various Dr. Wondertainment brand gifts. I love that. That is the ideal AU for The Shining. I'm gonna be real. That's cute. I like that. Child-oriented media that media that contacts SCP-1908 becomes an SCP-908 0-C instance. Unlike SCP-1908-B, SCP-190C's alterations are generally unpredictable. No pattern between instances has yet been discerned. So this is Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, 1971. The child actor portraying Charlie Bucket, Peter Ostrom, frequently struggles to remember his lines and choreography, often needing to be prompted from off-screen. Gene Wilder, portraying the titular Willy Wonka, appears to be incensed by Ostrom's mistakes, periodically breaking character to berate him. Ostrom falls into the scene Chocolate River during the boat ride and is not seen for the remainder of the film, which continues on as if he was still present. What the fuck? Oh my god. Clifford the Big Red Dog. Alterations. An illustrative and textual depictions of Clifford are expunged from the book with a black marker. No other alterations have been noted. Well, I can see the pattern between that one is it just gets rid of the main characters. That's crazy. Okay, Addendum 1908-2. SCP-190C-C01 is a picture book without a cover or title page. Its illustrations seem to be made with pencil and watercolors. Consequently, water damage from its submersion in 1908 has rendered them largely illegible. Shortly after SCP-1908's discovery, junior researcher Eugene Gray read SCP-108C-1 for approximately 41 seconds and asphyxiated. 5.5 liters of soap water were later discovered in his lungs. Can you even fit 5 liters of water in there? Little misters near and far, do you know just who they are? Mr. Hungry likes to eat. Miss Sweetie's none too sweet. Meaning, Mr. Money grants your wish. That talking carp is Mr. Fish. Mr. Moon turns of the night. Mr. Chameleon's made of light. Mr. Stripe hides words away. Mr. Mad's nowhere, no way. Mr. Scary's full of rust, and Redacted is the one you trust. Mr. Hot talks and Mr. Lost walks. Mr. Soap dwells in the drips and drops. Mr. Shapey blends and Mr. Brass breaks. Mr. Forgetful just takes and takes. Mr. Headless Wonder sees and Mr. Laugh sighs. Mr. Death lives and Mr. Life dies. Last is read, by far the worst, of Mr. Spurned and Mr. Cursed. Flee if you see him, hide if he calls. I am the pride when he is a fool. Little misters, big and small, find them, bind them, collect them all. It's cute. I like that. I hope you guys enjoyed my rendition of that as well. The final SCP-908.C-101 appears to affix to the book after it was published, and that's just the you found them. Oh my god, an interview! Let's go. I'm invested. Oh, we're also finding out that Dr. Everwood's first name starts with J. That's crazy. SCP-1 interviewer. For the duration of the interview, SCP-1908 speaks in a labored, halting manner. Okay, I'm gonna need some water for this one. Hello, SCP-1908. How are you doing today? Not very good. I'm sorry to hear that. It's okay. I'd like to ask you some questions, if you're feeling up to it. I can do that. Great. First, do you know what happens to media you come in contact with? Yes. I wash away all the dirty things, the unsafe things, for children. Make it clean and safe and consistent with the brand. That's why I'm Mr. Soap. About that, we've noticed that your name was on your paper but not on any of your tattoos. Why is that? I'm still practicing. I used to have a different name. It's hard to adjust. Oh, what were you previously called? Mr. Lou, spelled with 2 U's. Oh, so was Mr. Soap meant to be like the better version of Mr. Red? That's crazy. I don't really have any other commentary other than that. I'm just like making random connections and calling it crazy. I'm sorry. I'm a bad commentary VTuber. I see. Can you tell me why it changed? The doctor. He rebranded me when I couldn't do my old job anymore. Me and my brother, we were the first official Little Misters. A matching set. Complimentary. You know? We weren't the first to be made, but the first to be shown to investors. A proof of concept to help fund the rest. But the doctor, she had to make us perfect. What do you mean, she? Are you still talking about the same person? I don't understand the question. Never mind. Please continue. The doctor changed us so many times, so many alterations to make us perfect for the investors. They didn't understand what it would do to us. It made my brother go wrong, and it made me go broken. Do you think you're broken? I am broken. When the doctor rebranded me, things were fine for a little while. I made stories safer for kids and helped clean up. And once I even got to sing a song about how to wash your hands. But nothing I clean is safe anymore. And I'm bad at talking, and I get tired too easily, and all the children are all scared of me. I'm just not market viable. I think the doctor could fix me if he changed me again, but she's afraid I'll go wrong, like my brother. So they sent me here instead. Is that what Dr. Wondertainment told you? Silence. Mr. Soap? Huh? Did you hear what I said? I'm sorry. I'm just really tired. One more question then. Can you tell me what your brother's name was? The one that went wrong? You don't want to know anything about him. You don't want to even see him. What makes you say that? Trust me, nobody likes seeing Red. Well, this puts Red's name in a completely different light. Like, he just stole his brother's identity, but his brother has a new identity, so I guess it's fine. But, like, that feels like a low blow. Like, I'd be pissed off if my sister, like, one of my younger sisters, if they became a VTuber tomorrow and they called themselves, like, Mary, I'd be like, bitch, that's my name. Fuck you. Get a different name. Like, I mean, even if I, like, then change my name to, like, I don't know, Mary or Berry or something cute like that, I'd still be like, no, you don't get my old name. You pick your own fucking new name. Okay, that's just, but I have to say, at the same time, kind of sibling behavior. That does, you see, but I like Mr. Soap. He's kind of tragic. I'm sorry I made fun of your man boobs earlier, King. They're okay. So yeah. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tick by the toe. If it screams, let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay, SCP-2428. Object class, safe. Outside of testing, SCP-2428 is to remain a secure locker within all redacted of site redacted. At the conclusion of any testing, the affected subject is to ingest SCP-2482-2. Okay, that's unusual. SCP-248 is a document created by the group of interest Dr. Wondertainment, serving as proof of purchase for Mr. Mad products of the Little Mister series, directly viewing SCP-2482 when no other person is under its effects will cause the viewer to perceive a hallucination of a male humanoid designated SCP-2428-1. Okay, I guess we'll view the non-anomalous replica? Okay, so that's just a document, okay. SCP-2428-1 appears to be a male humanoid of Slavic descent, measured at 167 centimeters and an estimated 55 kilograms. Damn, he's skinny for real! SCP-2842-1 wears a multicolored straitjacket, the sleeves of which have been torn off at the elbows, and grey slacks. The words Mr. Mad from the Little Misters Restricted by Dr. Wondertainment are tattooed upon the left forearm. SCP-2481-1 is sapient and retains information across affected subjects, though it has no perception of time between manifestations. It is also capable of perceiving and interacting with other hallucinations the subject experiences, regardless of if they are anomalous. Interviewers have been confirmed that they can be perceived by other anomalies associated with the Little Mister series, should its host be within their vicinity. Anesthetics have proven ineffective at removing anomalous effects of SCP-242. However, SCP-2428-1 is able to give the subject a hallucinatory pill of varying appearance, designated SCP-242-2, which terminates all SCP-2428's effects approximately 5 minutes after ingestion. Okay, that makes the front part make more sense. Addendum testing logs. Purpose. Initial reaction by D49851 after this discovery marked with a Wondertainment box marked with Wondertainment branding within the entrance of site redacted, which was found to contain SCP-2428 upon opening it. Its results, SCP-2428-1 is reported as amiable and eager to converse. I love that for you, King. You've been going to anger management. I'm happy for you. Unless it's not mad like being angry, but mad like being like schizophrenic. It claims to have spent approximately 3 years without human interaction based on the date. At the conclusion, but why isn't he in the band? He probably wants to be in the band as well. He has brothers, he has a sister, they want to be family together. That's so rude. Why is he not in the band? At the conclusion of the test, it is reported to have from the left pockets of his slack and offered it to D49851. He ingests it and returns SCP-2482 to the box. SCP-2428 was subsequently catalogued and cleared for further testing. Okay. Ooh, Sega Storm. That's a cool name. And it also might have enough letters for some of the redacted names we've seen as well. Okay, interview transcript. SCP, okay. I just sort of was one day. Some of the others said they felt weird, like their brains weren't hooked in right. Sometimes Doctor would have a look at them, off in his workroom or whatever, and they'd come back a little different. Talk different, look different. Sweetie changed more than that, I remember. But I think the old me, provided there even is an old me, was still pretty much there, here, whatever. So you think you had a life prior to becoming a one entertainment product? I think so. Hell if I know what it was, though. I just seemed to have more of a, I guess you'd call it, stable mental state, which is funny if you think about it. The others, they all had their little quirks to go with their theme, but I was just the imaginary guy. He's the imaginary friend! Okay. I'm starting to perceive the vision. I mean, I sure looked the part, but I didn't feel particularly mad. I guess those who don't, though? Do you think there may have been a reason for that? I saw some stuff when I was around Forgetful. The others seemed to have some kind of reason for being, they had a purpose. I get the feeling One Entertainment made me, just to see if he could. It doesn't help I was never really around much. I think I was awake for all of an hour a couple of years ago. And how do you feel, following that logic? Shitty, I guess? I was made and discarded, then I wonder if I'm paying paranoid, and then I can't shake this sense of dependency? My very existence is entirely dependent on your mind being abnormal and perceiving me, but what if I don't entirely transfer over? What if I'm just sort of a reflection of the owner in a way, built from their mind? So now I question how real I even am, as real as unreal as I obviously am. We've done blind tests on that, Mad. We know your memories carry over regardless of what the owner knows. But that doesn't disprove that I'm being altered by the owner. Sure, I might have the same memories, but am I still the same person? Those that have read the transcripts will note any inconsistencies, but that would require extensive testing across several subjects, or owners, rather. So, do you think you're not sapient? If I were to have other hallucinations, would you be subject to them, or simply aware of them? I mean, I wouldn't know the difference for either question. Your hallucinations are no more real than this table to me, which you could be hallucinating. And to check whether you are, we could have another person try to interact with it, then maybe they're also a hallucination, which from my perspective still doesn't make any immediate difference. Your only concretely real thing, regardless of how reliable you are cognitively. I'm only here because of you. So now what? I don't know. I guess there's no real way to know without testing it. Would you like to test it? I guess so. I haven't really put a whole lot of thought into it before, what I am or what I want, but I guess I can't help what I am, and I think, and I want to leave a mark somehow. Might as well try to help those I know are real, if I can remember to do that next time. Further testing involving subjects suffering hallucinations and cross-test of hallucinogenic anomalous objects is currently under consideration. Hell yeah, let those interns get bent on some MDMA, and then let them play with this guy. He seems a bit lonely. Purpose: interaction of non-anomalous hallucinations. D96485, who experiences auditory hallucinations. Written statement from D96458. Whenever I'd be near an EC, I hear someone whispering vague threats to me, so I was put in this room with a vent and given the skip. I talked to Mr. Mad a little. He asked about the voice, so I explained it to him, and he stared at the vent for a bit. Eventually, he told me to ask for a ladder and a screwdriver, so I did, and Redacted brought them in. I tried handing Mad the screwdriver, but he couldn't take it. He climbed up the ladder and squinted into the vent, but that was it. He came back down and told me not to be scared. So I went up and unscrewed the vent, all while it hissed threats at me. And then when the cover popped off, I saw this thing, and I freaked out and almost fell down the ladder and got down as fast as I could. Mad pats me on the shoulder and goes up, looks kind of surprised, but yanks out this little monster. Little vent goblin keeps going on, and Mad slowly climbs down the ladder with one hand and walks over to the room. I don't know what he said, but it sure made the goblin shut up for a minute. Mad talked some more and the goblin nodded. Mad said something else that looked threatening, and then he carried the thing back up to the vent, told me to screw the cover back on. Now the thing keeps telling me what a good job I do. I've been doing. Try to look on the bright side. Wonder how long that'll keep up. That's funny. Can you imagine this being your treatment for your schizophrenia? That's hilarious. The alteration to 9648's hallucination has remained for 3 weeks after testing, although she has not seen the creature outside of the SCP testing. Her morale has improved significantly. Finally, someone gets a happy ending in one of these goddamn stories. Has improved significantly, and she has made requests for other D-class suffering from similar hallucinations to be transferred to SCP-2428 for testing. Nice, and she's not even like pulling the ladder up. She's like, let this man help us. He's gonna be a therapist or something. Purpose: determine what occurs after the affected subject dies. Okay, looks like someone's not getting a happy ending anymore. But this kind of tracks. We had like a bright hope spot, and now we're like, okay, give us the gun. No one's allowed to be happy in these stories. Okay. D24282 is given to SCP-2428, while D2423 is supplied with a firearm. D24282 moves in an erratic way, and when he raises the weapon, causing him to miss the first shot. He appears to struggle against the SCP for several seconds before he is able to terminate her. Then view D2. Can't keep track of these numbers and letters. These aren't words. A brief pause and after a brief pause, raises her arm in a defensive position and claims that 2428-1 is assaulting him. Where did her come from? After a struggle, 2428. Oh, there are two subjects. That's why. Okay, I should have read the subject line. After a struggle, 2428-3 appears to grasp something and place it in his mouth. No further aggression occurs in the 5 minutes before the effects of the anomaly ends. SCP-2428-1 acted uncommunicative in several following attempts, attempting to force SCP-2428-2 into the affected mouth in 2 instances. Mad's a sweetie. He's just trying to live his life and no one's letting him. Like, he clearly has a calling for helping people with their schizophrenia, and they're just not letting him do that. That's so mean. Okay, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tick by the toe. If it screams, let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay, this one. Okay. So this is SCP-3537. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-3537 is to be contained in the standard humanoid containment cell in Hall 8 of Site 13. SCP-3537 is allowed to access paper and various writing materials after it changes its appearance. All documents written by SCP-3557 are to be stored in a file in Dr. Morai's office. In case of containment breach from SCP-3537, in which his current appearance is unknown, all exits are to be blocked off and personnel must take off any article of clothing that covers their upper body. Once SCP-3537 has been identified, it is to be sedated and brought back into its containment cell. Description: it is a humanoid polymorphic being. SCP-3537 has been shown to be incapable of controlling its transformations. These are usually described as painful depending on how drastic the changes from the previous alteration are. The shortest time elapsed between the changes recorded has been 24 hours, whilst the longest has consisted of 30 days. Holy fuck. The only recorded aspects that persist between his conversions are SCP-3537's mental characteristics, so health, memories, health, and personality, and the tattoo located in its back between its shoulder blades, which reads Mr. Shapey from the Little Misters restricted by Dr. Wondertainment. All SCP-3537's transformations take the appearance of non-anomalous human individuals. Some of the recorded changes have consisted of gain and loss of fat and muscle mass, height ranging from 1.56 centimeters to 1.97, ethnicity and skin color, hair color, sex, biological age, overall DNA structure. That's what we like. We like to hear that. That's cool. Occasionally, SCP-3537 will write down a description for possible anomalous abilities a transformation could have. This testing indicates that SCP-3537 does not obtain all of the anomalies written. For a list of some of the recorded transformations, see Addendum 3537-A. Shortly after containment, SCP-3537 changed appearance into an obese male of indeterminate descent. Pigmentation was present in the general area of the belly of 3537, and the pigmentation took the shape of the sentences, and it read as follows. I imagine this is just his list, yeah. You found Mr. Shapey! Okie dokie. So this is from the 12th of the 7th, 2016, unless it's, so this is either taking place in September, or, August? I've already forgotten which month is the 7th month. It might be July, actually. 3537-26, Mr. Knight. Male of Peruvian descent, 181.8 meters tall and weighted 70.11 kilograms, bald, between 30 and 40 years of age. Other notable features, SCP-3537 had pigmentation on its body resembling traditional indigenous body parts. These do not seem to play a part with SCP-3537's descriptions. Possible anomalies. While in the dark, the entity would have manifested bioluminescent spots on the skin. These spots would have acted as stars, and their position would shift to match the entity's current location. That's kind of cool. Mr. Sandy. Oh, Miss Sandy. Female of European descent, 163 centimeters and weighed 63.44 kilograms. Blonde hair, approximately 20 years of age. SCP-3537 presented signs of constant sun exposure for the general area of the torso. This untanned portion indicates the use of a one-piece swimming suit. Unspecified amounts of sand would manifest periodically in a small area around the subject. If a subject under the age of 18 were to interact with this manifested sand, any structures created, i.e. sandcastles, would become indestructible regardless of pressure applied. This is very creative, I have to admit. Okay, Mr. Zippers, male of unidentified descent, 1.73 centimeters tall, weighing, that doesn't seem like a very healthy weight, 32 kilograms, approximately, especially at 50 years old, holy shit. Presented with light purple skin coloration and golden stripes in seemingly random patterns across the body. The entity would consist of a sentient, hollow, humanoid cloth doll with various zippers around its body. These zippers could be opened into a pocket dimension. Items could be stored and retrieved from inside the dimension. That's... holy shit, Mr. Shapey, you just took on a really new dimension, but I guess it's not that unbelievable. Like, you're manifesting sand. Maybe that's something you can just do. Addendum B. The following is an interview which took place on the 19th of the 4th, 2018, between the SCP and the researcher Harling. Begin log. Do I want to do a funny voice to the researcher? I never do a funny voice to the researcher. Big stretchies. Good afternoon, SCP-3537. Today I would like to make some questions about these special transformation of yours. Sure thing, Doc. I think it'd be funny, actually. What if I went Valley Girl? That'd be funny for the SCP. Sure thing, Doc. No, I'm running out of energy to do funny voices, if I'm being honest. I'm thinking I'd like to have dinner and a shower at some point, so we'll do these last articles, and I guess we'll write an SCP article next week. Okay. Sure thing, Doc. Let's begin. Why is it that you only come up with these descriptions of anomalous behavior for certain transformations? Why not all of them? pretty easy. I just don't think all of them are that interesting, to be honest. Nothing really eye-catching, nothing that would make a child go, "Mom, I want one of these, can I get this one, please?" I'd say a polymorphic entity is eye-catching as it is. Do you feel unsatisfied with your anomalies in comparison to others from the collection? Unsatisfied? I assure you, sir, that I am happy the way I am, regardless of how I will ever look. Then what's the purpose behind the notes that we've seen you write? Brainstorming. Brainstorming? What for? Why am I feel like I'm voicing Harling as a woman, but we've just established she's a man, so I'll try not to be too feminine. Well, there used to be idea pitches for possible little misters. If I came up with a good idea for a shift, then I'd write it down for Dr. W to read, and if he liked it, she would make it a mister. So what you are saying is that you were the first one that came into existence. Yes and no. You're right in that I was the first physically made, but I was certainly the last one to get the tattoo. W made me help in the creative process of Mr. Making. Lost, Fish, Smiles. I used to be one of them before they were themselves. Well, I used to be most of them, since not all the current Mr. ideas are from yours truly. Anyways, it wasn't until the list was 19 Misters that W decided I should be the last one. Any particular reason behind that choice? None as far as I know. To end up for today, could you elaborate on why you keep coming up with these descriptions despite not working for Dr. One Attainment anymore? I used to do it mostly to pass the time, like a hobby. It wasn't until recently that I felt like I needed to do them as if I was working again, though. Either way, since you guys own me now, might as well pitch my ideas to you, since everyone here seems to be interested in how wacky I can look sometimes. Footnotes. How it obtains this additional matter along with how it disposes of it is currently unknown. There are recorded cases where transformations include various skin pigmentations. These pigmentations usually resemble tattoos or cosmetics. Similarly, there have been cases where transformations have unnatural hair color. Said hair shows no evidence of being dyed. It's theorized that the entity in question would have been genderless in a similar matter to SCP-905 and SCP-629, and the transformation 3537 goes through, seems to be unable to remove its sexual organs. What the fuck? That was a random inclusion. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tick, 5 it to. If it screams, let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okie dokies. There's a mister who's really funny, but I'm thinking we've somehow evaded him so far, which is really funny, but I don't think it's this guy. Okay, 2855, Euclid. I still don't really know what Euclid means, because obviously it doesn't mean safe. Okay. Keter is definitely the most dangerous one, I'm fairly certain. Okie dokies. It's to be held within standard humanoid containment chamber within Hall. Redacted of Site Redacted, the current SCP-2855-1 is not subjected to any containment procedures. For security reasons, the current identity of SCP-2855-1 is restricted to personnel level 4 and above. SCP-2855 is a male humanoid of Hispanic descent. The words Mr. Money from Little Misters by Dr. One Attainment are tattooed on the back of SCP-2855's neck. SCP-2855 is anomalously affected by business transactions made regarding its ownership. The current owner of SCP-2855, designated to SCP-2855-1, may engage in a written agreement depicting a transfer of ownership of SCP-2855 to another willing human being in exchange for some amount of physical currency possessed by the purchasing party. That is a very complicated way to say this thing can be sold and bought. Once this agreement is confirmed with the signatures of both parties, SCP-2855 will be instantaneously teleported to the location specified in the written agreement or to the recipient's vicinity if no location was specified. As well as the agreed currency, it will be instantly transferred from the purchasing party's holdings to the specified location or SCP-2855-1's vicinity if no location was specified. They tested these things, that's why they're being so fucking precise. With the transaction completed, the purchasing party may be designated SCP-2855-1 as the previous SCP-2855-1 ceases to be the owner of SCP-2855. This process will only occur if a written agreement contains signatures of both parties and specifies an amount of currency to be exchanged. No non-monetary exchanges are possible. SCP-2855 is believed to adapt to the wishes and preconceptions the purchasing party may have about its abilities. With such changes appearing when SCP-2855 reappears in the new SCP-2855-1's instance of possession. Typically, SCP-2855 will conform to any definitions or claims of its abilities provided in the agreement that prompts its transfer. The limits of its adaptive ability are currently unclear if they exist at all. SCP-2855 was recovered on the 4th of the 23rd. Oh, this is a rare bloody day, month, year. Oh my god, I was in the zone with like translating American shit. It's the 21st of the 4th, 2007, from the holdings of Marshall Carter and Duck LLP, which had been intentionally and repeatedly exchanged between certain MC&D staff in order to test the capabilities and uses of SCP-2855's adaptation abilities. SCP-2855 was acquired by an undercover Foundation agent posing as the intended recipient of SCP-2855 during one such exchange. SCP-2855 was subsequently transferred to the Foundation custody. SCP-2855 is currently believed to be cooperative with the Foundation's interests. What does that mean? Due to the risk that SCP-2855 being captured by outside interests in the process of exchange, no further tests of SCP-2855's adaptive abilities are authorized. Okay, it's got the recovered document. Okay, intercepted memo correspondence. Okay, I need some water. Prior to the recovery of SCP-2855, the Marshall Carter and Duck LLC, several correspondences were intercepted, revealing the existence and status of SCP-2855 to the Foundation due to anti-memetic counter-espionage methods utilized by MC&D. The vast majority of these documents have been rendered unreadable or unknowable. The only document able to be recovered by retromemetic retrieval may be found below. Memo 23. Sender Michael Lothar. Recipient Peyton Agapios. Judgment is in. Your assumption, imprudent as it may have been, has proven to hold some water. On the physical level, the item is as one would expect, though his experience of his handiwork have judged the persistent surgical modifications, scant as they may be, to exhibit quality evident of his earlier work. I imagine that he in this one is Dr. Wontainment. Considering the complexity of the invisible aspects, his conclusion may raise some eyebrows. A cursory examination of the item's transpositioning lattices reveals that they are of high quality. Not only that, but the activation mechanism of distortions is not, as you assumed, rudimentary application of dynamic gears by its creator. Instead, the lattice responds almost spontaneously, anomalously, to the creation of mundane binding information about the item. To put it crudely, these properties are not hacked, applied to a body by inexperienced hands for the purposes of creating a workable item. They're inherent to the body itself. The most skilled of toy makers could not implement this so seamlessly. The item continues to vex when thoroughly studied, with the modification to the item, in fact, twice applied, the most significant layer being described above, with the second layer being mostly redundant, significantly more crude work. To our experts, this second layer's quality would be typical of the production of its era, so why would the creator attempt to overwrite an extant layer superior with redundancy? Why did an inherent layer exist in the first place? Ideally, the answers will be more apparent after the next test transfer is complete. Until then, I trust you'll keep your speculation to yourself. And an interview. Dr. Latimer. Oh, Latimer was nice. I liked her. Oh, she was the one with the child, with the son. So she's interviewed Mr. Hot as well. Okay, Dr. Latimer enters the interview room. SCP-2855 is seated in the subject chair's arms chained to the table in front of Dr. Latimer sits down opposite SCP-2855. Hello, SCP-2855. Hi, miss. You can call me Mr. Money. I'm Dr. Latimer, and I'll be conducting this interview. I'd like to ask a few questions about your accommodations. How have you found them? It's been getting better. I have a feeling I'll learn to love it. I'm glad to hear that. With the transfer from the other organization, are you disoriented? Being moved around so suddenly? No warning. Being moved is just part of the game. You could say this has been a long time coming. You aren't surprised to be in such a different setting, surrounded by unfamiliar people. I'm not used to waking up around familiar people. Every time it's something new, it always changes. And you change with it. It comes with the territory. And what is your territory? Your purpose. My purpose is wherever I'm getting. I've never spoken with him, him, but I like to think, from my point of view, he had lofty ambitions. What kind of ambitions? I think that for the part of me was born mostly from frustration. For the idea you can just lie and get everything in this world. Not to say there's anything wrong with that, with lies I mean, but a child deserves the truth. So the doctor makes his moves, and with me, you get what you pay for. Some fulfillment of a capitalist dream, or rebellion. Satire? Is that satire? I don't think it is. Please continue. But I mean, I like being wanted, knowing I work. There was always some magic to the early times. Please tell me about those times. When I first started out, there was my first owner, she was a little girl. Her name was Annabeth. She traded you away. Yeah, but that's just me. It's what I'm for. The good times where I just drift around, hiding in tree houses, meeting new people. Sometimes I looked completely different. Sometimes they couldn't even see me at all. What ended it? Well, adults seem to take issue with me around their children. A couple of witnesses, and then I'm gone. And I'd never have a child for a patron again. But you had others. Not that many before they came. Marshall, Carter, Dark. They catch on quick, huh? You don't have to deal with them anymore. Or be dealt by them, I suppose. And they tested you. You could call it that. Transferred me back and forth, trying, well, anything. I became other people. Once I was two people. Or I became incredibly persuasive. Well, maybe I started vomiting gemstones. To find your limits? Something like that, but I don't know if they ever did. How did it feel, changing so often? Like hangovers. I've never had one, but I've seen them. Something happened and now you're different. But you can't tell what's changed or how long you've been out. There's this period of oblivion and you're back. Different. Is it painful? I think just by definition it'd be painless. Absence of pain, absence of anything, just not being instead of being. SCP-2855 appears pensive for several seconds. I think that's enough for today. If anything is needed of you, I'll let you know. I trust you. I know I'm in good hands. I'm glad Dr. Latimer's nice, and it'd really suck if she wasn't nice, So what's this? Just a couple more paragraphs, okay. Oh, she's back! That lady. Okay. Upon initial recovery by Agent Nolan, SCP-2855 was transferred to Site Director Deacon under a minimal contract that specified that SCP-2855 would not be dangerous, while at the same time specifying that its base anomalies would remain unaltered, to ensure that its abilities would not be lost during a botched transfer. Several weeks after the first interview was performed, an additional transfer was authorized. SCP-2855 was transferred from Site Director Deacon to 05/4 under the stipulation that SCP-2855 would be completely cooperative and obedient to all Foundation interests and possess an accurate and complete memory of all transfers performed upon it. Once the transfer occurred, the alterations to SCP-2855 manifested successfully, and SCP-2855 was instructed to write a summary of each historical transfer of its ownership for cross-reference. Upon review, SCP-2855's claimed first interview have been verified to be accurate. Nice. Good for him. Forward. Interview was conducted on the following review of the list to investigate the implications of the transfer performed on December 16th, 1996. Hi, Doctor. It's good to see you again. Hello, SCP-2855. I need to ask some more questions. What can I help you with? I wanted to talk about the transfer, performed on December 16th, 1996. Oh. From Jason Amon to Elaine Yates. They were children, yes. 5 and 7 years old. They were so sweet. And you were pitched Mr. Money, my best friend who can do anything. Yes, that's definitely what he said. You said you didn't know the limits of your abilities. Answer truthfully. Do you? I don't know the limits. in the sense that I don't think there are any. What happened with Elaine? What did you do? May I tell a bit of a story? Proceed. I always thought there was something bitterly ironic about Wondertainment, about, well, any of these enterprises, because as a kid, you're constantly changing. Everything is new and beautiful and also dynamic. But if you ever have kids, you never want them to change. You want stasis, but they keep moving forward. It's part of what makes childhood so precious. And Wondertainment, it's a monument to that change, to that development, but that can't work forever. A monument can change. A monument to change can never stay static. There has to be rules. There has to be an order to things. I had a chance to make things work. I could protect what Wondertainment stood for. Everywhere, all times, I could keep them safe, lend a helping hand for a greater good. I had the forever between being and not being to make my mark. I reached back to my origin. It was just so effortless, like wading through solid glass. Wondertainment didn't make me perfect. What he tried to do, I already had. I always will be. I made myself whole. And my brothers, my sister, I saw them, and I know they'll be okay because I helped them. I was always there with them. I always will be. Why did you go back? Why didn't you free yourself? Because now I'm here. I saw it all. This is where the train ends. It's what I'm supposed to do, and now I belong. You belong. I belong here. I believe in the Foundation, Doctor. I believe in all of us. I think I understand. That will be all for today. Thanks. Take care. Please. End log. Interesting. Mr. Money was not what I was expecting. One thing about these SCPs is that you'll hear like a name and you'll be like, oh, Mr. Hot, he's probably a guy who's like a pyromaniac. No, he's just really hot on trends. And then Mr. Money, he's probably really greedy, but he's actually very selfless. And Miss Sweetie, she's not very sweet at all, I would say. Very interesting. And again, I'm glad Latimer's back, and I'm glad she's still very nice. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tick by the toes. If it screams, let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I have no idea if I've told this before, but I legit make so many decisions just by going eeny, meeny, miny, mo. It is ridiculous. Okay. 913 status Euclid. Containment procedures. SCP-913 is to be contained in a customized humanoid containment cell lined with 1 meter thick carbon steel. That's strange. That doesn't bode very well, if I'm being honest. SCP-193 is to be provided with standard humanoid furnishings with pre-recorded entertainment materials provided on request. Access to the cell may be conducted through a reinforced carbon steel door. He doesn't really sound like a children's entertainer, if I'm going to be honest! Once every 2 hours, SCP-913 is to be provided with additional nutrient supplements outlined in document 913-2. SCP-913 is fitted with central venous catheter to facilitate nutrition. The subject is to be provided with intravenous nutritional supplements while sleeping. The catheter is to be changed once every 3 months. As of current regulations on the Misters, SCP-913 is to be contained in hall redacted of site number unknown. Description: 913 appears to be a middle-aged African-American male with an extremely fast metabolism. SCP-913 requires the recommended daily intake of a normal human every 2 hours and has an internal sense of internal temperature of redacted. I'm going to imagine it's also a very high number, but it'd be funny if it was very low. SCP-913 will enter into a trance state if not fed the specified amount of calories in a 2-hour period. While affected, SCP-913 will break down and ingest any solid matter within sight. The ingestion can include normally indigestible matter such as wood, plastic, and metals, and does not distinguish between living subjects and other material. His hunger state will force SCP-913 to awaken if sleeping. SCP-913 is aware of his actions in this state. Oh, interesting. They're giving him he/him pronouns. Sometimes they use it, but I guess if you're going to describe him as black, you shouldn't do that. SCP is aware of his actions while in this state and expresses extreme discomfort following the ingestion of denser materials. SCP-913 can render. How are you still a Euclid? Like, your friends, your brothers and sisters are like way tamer than you. Well, I guess Miss Sweetie isn't, but we'll ignore her for the sake of him actually being dangerous, in my opinion. He is hungry. Where was I up to? Estimated force of 3,000 N. I don't know what that means. And can bite objects with an estimated force of 5,000 N whilst eating. I don't know what that means, but that sounds like it's enough to bite my arm in half. SCP-913 is unable to display his strength outside of his trance state. An examination of SCP-913's liver tissue shows that it will produce new enzymes in response to foreign materials. These enzymes will metabolize at a substrate rate of 98% efficiency, effectively detoxifying any drugs or toxins. This includes anesthetics and anesthetics. Oof. It was discovered at expunged of the site. Yep. Addendum 1, yeah, Mr. Hungry from the Little Misters is tattooed upon SCP-913's right calf. Upon discovery, he was wearing doctor's orders, and he doesn't get any love. Like, him and Mr. Moon, absolutely underrated kings. Okay, this is the final, Mr. Guy, I think. Maybe? No. Was he the... There is a Mr... I could swear there is a... Did we miss one? History. Because there is an SCP from the Mr. series who is just a silly guy. I mean, a lot of them must have been silly guys, but like... Where is it? 909. I need to... Where is the fucking... All of the other documents have been like... Where are your documents? Mr. Chameleon, Mr. Headless, Mr. Lark, Mr. Forgetful, Mr. Shapey, Mr. Hungry, Mr. Brass, Mr. Hot, Miss Sweetie, Mr. Life, and Mr. Deathfish, Moon. Oh, scary stripes. There is a Mr. Man who is just a silly man. From the Jeffy video. Okay, I was looking forward to rereading that one, but I guess we'll never know. Maybe he's from the new series. That would make sense. But we don't have time for that. Alrighty, ending with some non-Mr. series, I guess. So we'll start with this one. SCP-2933. Object Class Euclid. Under special containment procedures, under no circumstances are any individuals permitted to enter SCP-2933-1. Once monthly, a small automated surveillance drone is to enter SCP-233-1 to assess SCP-233-A. And I need water. I can hear my voice going scratchy. SCP-2933-1 is a partially submerged steel structure within a large saltwater reservoir. The exterior and interior of SCP-2933-1 are heavily rusted or otherwise decayed, with several features having disintegrated completely and structural deficiencies being widespread. That would probably classify why it's a bit dangerous to go in there. It is currently believed that SCP-293-1 was designed to contain SCP-2933-A. The interior of SCP-29331-1 is labyrinthine and inconsistent. Passages have been observed changing, moving, or disappearing completely. Classic labyrinthine dimension bullshit. The severe destabilization and corrosion of SCP-2933-1 has not appeared to hamper its primary function. It is currently believed that all passages within SCP-2933-1 lead to SCP-2933-A, and there is no way to return to the entrance. Any individual or machine that enters SCP-2933-1 will slowly begin to show signs of iron oxide corrosion on their exterior surface. This affliction is believed to be permanent. The corrosion spreads across the entirety of the subject before affecting the subject's inner mechanisms or organs. That's horrifying. The speed of the phenomenon increases as the subject grows closer to SCP-2933-A. SCP-2933-A is an unknown humanoid entity located within the lowermost sections of SCP-233-1. Very little is known about the appearance or nature of SCP-2933-A. Okay, an access log. The following audio and video log was gathered by subject D13321, who was charged with investigating SCP-23. No, please don't have him turn into Rust. That's not very nice, SCP Wiki writers. Alright, can you hear me? Command. Yes, we can. Please proceed into the open entryway. Smells like oil. This isn't safe, is it? Please proceed into the entryway. Fine. D13321 enters SCP-233-1 through the primary access point previously opened by Foundation staff engineers on site. Hardly see for shit in here. It's dark. There's a light on your pack if you need it. Okay, yeah, I see it now. Walls are metal, floors are grated, also metal. Can you see this? We can. Can you hear anything? Yeah, really faint though, I'm not sure. Hard to pin. D13321, you don't sound well. Are you alright? You don't feel it? Feel what? There's something bad in here. Can't put a finger on it, but it's there. This sense of foreboding that's built into the walls of this place. You haven't expressed any issues on previous assignments because on other assignments I always felt I could get myself out of a bad situation. Something is different about this. Acknowledged. Please proceed. D proceeds down the primary corridor. Communications are hindered by the structure, but no signs of distress. So that thing I think I heard earlier, I think it's metal on metal, like some kind of grinding or scraping. Can you be specific? Really hard to tell. The echo in here is really bad. It's a continuous sound, right? Like, maybe it's just in my head, I don't know. I see. D13321, our communications are breaking down. I need you to return to the surface as soon as possible. This man is dying, oh my god. Been trying for a while, don't think there's a way out. Hallways I've walked down starts to lead to dead ends. No stairways that go up. Only way to go is down. Skin is starting to fall apart too. It's all rusty and metallic. Flakes off when you touch it. Are you alright? Yep, I've been doing it for a while, boss. Got lucky enough to make it this far. I figured it would roll around me eventually. I'll keep the comms and camera online. He's just accepting he's gonna die down there. What a trooper. Thank you. I'm sorry. Not your fault. Just it is what it is. Just tell. Extraneous conversation expunged. No, that's so mean. I hope his wife and kids love him too. Or his mum, or his dad, or his gay lover. I don't know. D13321 continues to descend. Monitors report rising temperatures as well as high levels of gaseous pollutants in the air. Welcome in, 0-star HX. I hope you're having a fabulous Ferret Friday, or if you're in a time zone behind me, a terrific Tanuki Thursday. We're getting to the end of this story about a mysterious metal thing. Let's see. Where was I up to? I'm doing fine, and I hope you are too. I'm doing really well. I could use a cup of water and a shower, but we'll get there when we get there. Where was I up to? God damn, it's hot in here. I can hear grinding too. Oh no, I've already said that. Can't we all? Yeah. Oh, thank you for the follow, Zero. I really appreciate it. It's very sweet of you. Okay, what was I up to? Command is no longer able to communicate with D13321, but continues to receive audio from them. God damn, it's hot. I can hear grinding too, somewhere below me. Metal on metal, that sound's getting louder too. Like what I said earlier, my skin's gone to shit. Rust flakes everywhere. Burns really badly. Starting to get on my face. I don't think it's metal on metal anymore. There's something else in there too. Doesn't sound right. Long passageway now. This room is huge. Can barely hear though, but loud sounds. Oh god, the sound of shuffling. It's a person. Another voice is picked up on D13321's microphone. The voice is audible, but noticeably distorted and metallic. Hello there! SCP-2933-A screams. Sorry for all the commotion. Oh no, this is still Mr. I knew I was missing a man. Who are you? Me? My name is Mr. Smiles. SCP-2933-A groans and a loud metallic sound is picked up. I apologize, it's just that everything hurts so much, you know. Yes, Mr. Smiles, right here on my leg. See? Oh, that says D13321 coughs. That says property of the factor. Hang on. Uh, SCP-2933-A scratches at the rust on its leg. The camera briefly captures the words Mr. Scary, property of the factory, printed into the rust before SCP-2933-A exposes the skin underneath it. There we go, that's much better. Yep, Mr. Smiles, that's me. Camera captures the word Mr. Smiles and the little Misters restricted by Dr. Wondertainment, tattooed on SCP-2933-A's leg. What are you doing down here? What is this place? My father built it for me. He told me SCP-2933-A screams again, and a loud, deep, metallic groaning is picked up. Sorry, he told me it would keep me safe, or keep people safe from me. I can't really remember now. Everything just hurts, but it's okay. What? My father told me, oh gods, I'm sorry, I'm screeching metallic, tearing sound. I would come back for me once I was finished. He needed me for something, and I wanted to do to be the best son, right? Hang on. What do you mean he needed you for something? Needed you for what? You see, my father was very sick. The rust was inside him, so he promised me that if I took the rust from him, that he would make smiles for everybody. That's what is important, that everyone was smiling. Wait, so why did he put you down here? After he gave the rust, he was, afraid, There's something about the rust that really terrifies him, and he didn't want to look at me. But that's just fine. I completely understand. How long ago was this? A while. I didn't really expect anything to hurt this badly, to tell you the truth, but my father is out there making smiles right now, and he'll come back for me someday, and we'll be together again. Just you wait. SCP-2933-A noticeably grimaces. Guess you wouldn't know I could do about this, would you? D13321 holds up his arm, which is completely covered in iron rust and has several large sections missing. No, nothing you can do about that. The pain really only gets worse from there too. Once you've just got the rust inside you, it just spreads and spreads until there's nothing left. Just oil and smoke and rust. Got it. Thanks. You got any smokes, kid? Yeah. No, sir, I don't smoke. Don't want to do anything to my, pearly whites, after all. Mr. Smiles! Figures. Can you feel the rust inside you? Yeah, I sure can. End log. Communication loss. The following document was observed near SCP-2933-A by an automated drone. Yep. There we go. So Mr. Shapey, Mr. Matt, where's Mr. Smiles? Mr. Scary, okay. I don't remember who 17 is, I'll be honest. Addendum, remote observation. Oh, interesting. I'll pause my BGM real quick. And we'll listen to this for a second. I'm curious as to what this is. Following a series of failed exploration attempts, a remote drone was directed into SCP-2933-1 to observe SCP-2933-A. The drone maintained communication with command for 3 hours before failing. The following is an excerpt from the collected audio, edited for maximum clarity. Yeah, poor Mr. Scary. Oh.
Oh, poor Diddums. He's a poor widow Diddums. Oh. And I am impressed that the creator made, like, the article made that, like, that was kind of eerie. Like, you could hear the ocean, the kind of metal sounds, the ominous voice. Good stuff. Okie dokies. And now, our final article of the evening. Unfortunately, we won't be getting to the part where I write my own article. We'll save that for next week. Okay, so she who waits alone among the sakura trees. Item 615.52, level 2 restricted, containment class Euclid, disruption class Blam, risk class Caution. Interesting. Okay. Page 1. I was bleeding under a sakura tree. Another fox attacked me for my white fur, and my only defense was the distance my young paws could carry me. Back then I could not speak or really think. I did not understand kindness, gratitude, or love. I knew only fear. Panting, pressing against a reddening wood of the sakura tree, the gnarled hands held stitched silk to my wound. She gave me a gift better than life or my name. Her hobbled figure taught me what no one else could, the stitchwork feeling of human love. What's the literary analysis? Okay, analysis by Dr. Hannah Forder, semi-informal. This piece is written somewhat differently from later pages. It's very visceral and lacks detail. While later pages are far from scientific, the focus on the first 3 pages is considerably harder to track. These first 3 pages and the 4th page were all written roughly simultaneously. Given the latest text, I suspect these are recollections, let's try, of a non-anomalous fox. Albinism, like that of the subject, is incredibly uncommon in Hokkaido foxes. Such white foxes are believed in traditional Japanese mythology to be messengers of the moon god. I remember her brightest smiles, a special gift only for me, something that even I could understand. The forest was ours alone, her wooden den tucked between great trees at the outskirts of town, my borrowed home right beneath it. The trees formed a green cloak so thick it could hide from the sky itself. In the shadows, even I could hunt. It was my home in a way I didn't understand, my happiness. She called out to me. She gave me that smile. I barely noticed the bigger men with axes, or even heard the gasps and shouts. There was only one moment of hope that could make her happy too. Oh no. A note here on translation. The old woman's den almost certainly refers to the building mentioned later. The implication in the original text is something very similar to a burrow. However, it is clear to me that the old lady must have lived in the later mentioned shrine or an attached cottage. This can be explained if these are still recollections of the non-anomalous fox viewed in retrospect. Regarding the final paragraph, I would like to advance a hypothesis. I believe the men may have been sent to destroy the shrine. The sudden appearance of a white fox, given the mythological significance of the animal, may have shown some divine favor in the eyes of the men. This would explain the gasps and this woman being the brightest smile. My theory is just conjecture. I believe the purpose of this piece is to convey a state of happiness. She died how I wanted her to, under a sakura tree. Her bony arm stroked my white fur, growing gradually slower. Her head drifting down, heavy with the weight of a life well spent. Her drooping smile burnt itself into the short memory of a fox. But her death was not how I wanted it. I felt her warmth fade and knew with animal certainty that she would not be back. Her hand stopped moving, the sensation slipped away. With my second tale came a terrible new clarity. Her slumped body was my realization I had ceased to be a fox, and that I had become her equal, that I could finally, truly feel. I looked on the woman I loved, and with growing hatred with the cruel gods, I realized our paths had never truly crossed after all. I didn't even know her name. I take this as confirmation of my theory that the SCP entity had not yet matured. I believe that the moment of the old woman's death is the moment SCP-6152 began anomalously developing human-level intelligence. If the entity cared for the old woman as I believe, through the memories of its form as a normal fox, it surely would have wanted to at least speak of her, thus her death was not how I wanted it. The team have advanced several theories about the gaining of tails. Junior researcher Jeremiah has posited SCP-6152 may be a life vampire, as it seems to gain tails only when someone dies. Others say it is a trauma reaction.
I believe that a tale is gained when a major lesson is learned. In Japanese folklore, a fox gains tails in proportion to their wisdom. Taking this theory, the entity may have come to understand loss. I think the line, "her drooping smile burned herself into even the short memory of a fox," signifies that in this moment, catalyzing its development into an anomalous entity. I met a helpful man along the Sakura Rose. His name is Asai. The trees have been beaten into neat columns now. Humans kept only the sakura. I think to brighten the dead pavement that grew even deeper into my forests. The Meiji fever had cost me her little wooden shrine, leveled so that they might lay ever more dumb square rocks. I feel in him the stitchwork, silk-wrapped hands. He has given me a human gift so wondrous it makes a billion pavement stones worthwhile. He has taught me how to defeat time, to never forget another feeling. I am a fox. In my head, things cannot last. He sits next to me, teaching me how to make memories forever on the thin tablets of the sakura tree. In Meiji Fever, we have our first clue as to the time of writing. It's unclear how long the gap between pages 3 and 4 is, but as of page 4, we can guess a time period using carbon dating. We have a potential time between 1890 and 1920, lining up roughly with the late Meiji Restoration. The entity's focus on learning to write is interesting. The entity likens its own memory to that of a fox. The oldest recorded wild fox in Japan was 15 years old at the time of capture. If we picture how well an 80-year-old human can remember something they can when they are 20, then a fox may have a level of memory degradation when they are 12. Now, that would later explain the entity's need to maintain a diary, the importance it places on this diary in later pieces. It is also notable how she likens this helpful man to the old lady. The SCP seems to trust the site almost instinctively, like a second coming of the unconditional kindness it perceived when it was originally saved as a fox. It is a strange human world. I think I understand why it needs sakura trees. He talks about drab streets in a place called Manchukuo, of businesses and holdings he has there. Apparently the world is full of people with big noses and small cultures, and they don't like us. I do not mind. I prefer the game. He often plays it now. He'll sit next to me and inch closer. He means to catch me with surprise, but I am always faster. I escape because I am a fox. It frustrates him that he cannot beat me. I laugh. That is why humans keep them. When everything is replaced by dead cobblestone, even the sun isn't warm unless it is spraying dapple through a sakura tree. We can now narrow a time frame again. The Japanese puppet state of Manchukuo was created in 1932, so this page must have been written at some point after that date. The comments made by Asai, the helpful man, are roughly consistent with Japanese education and propaganda of the time. We can assume he will continue shaping the influence on her from here on, acting as a somewhat biased tutor. Asai's comments indicate he comes from a family of some repute. My research has failed to find anything conclusive about the man. There are several Asai families to which it could apply. At the time, Japanese society had strong expectations that young men and women marry, although rarely for romantic reasons. I suspect it's possible Asai was under much pressure. Alternatively, he may simply not have been a bachelor. If this is the case, it would have made him hard to find during my unsuccessful research. He is an idiot, a fool, to dare stumbling drunk under my sakura trees. His feet were heavy and his breath stank. I didn't remember him to be so dumb or so vulnerable. Cloaked in a warm summer night, he muttered about failures in the war, about money lost, and he muttered about me. Why do you never give back? He asked, sake fire on his breath. I asked him what he meant. I do everything for you, he demanded. You need to do more than take. I feel his hot hand still. He grabbed the side of my face. He pulled me in to kiss him. I hit him. I ran. I am angry, but I am afraid because I have not seen him since. His references to failures in the war and knowledge that he had holdings in Manchukuo indicate this piece was probably written during the late Second World War. It is possible he is referring to damage caused by Chinese partisans, but it seems more likely he's referring to American victories, which began to seep into the Japanese public consciousness in 1944 and 1945. This gives us our most precise date yet. I believe the entity never considered that he had an ulterior motive to helping her. This may stem from a misconception that he is a purely good person, born of her interactions with the old woman. As she was a fox at the time, she would not have identified any motivation in the woman but kindness. This may have set her up for confrontation. Returning to my theories on tales, I posit that this belief is impetuous the next lesson she learns associated with the tale. I am writing in the ash of my sakura trees. So many of my trees were broken, blasted, burnt. I thought I did not have the heart to put it to memory, yet I used their ash to write this because I found a truer heartbreak. He ran to warn me, fire, he said. I saw his uniform first. He would never let it get so messy. I was afraid. With him came the bombs. I showed him my tails. I wrapped him in my biggest self, hid him behind my fur and snarled vengeance at the fire. But I was burning with those trees. When their wood was gone, I would be too. Yet I am alive and he is not. The smoke killed him, I pray. Held to his heart, he still had my wooden memories, and is only a splinter of the sakura tree unburnt. It is because of him that I am alive. With the horrible realization that his foolishness, he died for me, my third tale grew. How could I have ever wished this knowledge upon him? I find this piece disturbing. It was written in ash and only later painted over with ink. Regardless, it is also informative. American bombing raids did not intensify to this level until early mid-1945, narrowing the time of writing to a period of few months. SCP-6152 depends on the presence of the sakura tree wood to live. We can surmise this is because the entity survived the firebombing attack, but only because it was during life in the small booklet we are currently reading. While Aside likely did not understand what he was doing in his sense, he offered his life to save the entity. It is unclear exactly how he died. Our main theories are heat stroke, smoke inhalation, or that the sheer size of the fox suffocated him. Then, the entity then also requires another tail, Jeremiah contends this is evidence of his life absorption, as progress seems to match death again. However, I believe the understanding that Asai wanted something from her, but still cared enough for her to die, when she learned a lesson. I was so afraid. He had a walking tooth of sharp metal. His wagon screamed. His face was hard. For a man, he was too big. He grabbed me in burly hands, and with his great chuckle, I felt hunger. I was so terribly afraid. Americans eat babies. They rape women. They kill men. They do not know mercy. They are monkeys. To them, we are not people. What else could I do? And I think erased my helpful man as a matter of mathematics. They never gave him the honor of even drawing his blade. If I'd had the strength to change into a woman, I would not have done it. I was too afraid. They called him Greer. What could such a savage name do to me? So he took my wood-bound memories from my teeth and carried me along. He fed me food I did not need, and laughed at my attempts to flee. I was pitiful, and he took me across the sea. This was written sometime after the story it describes. According to the analysis of the ink, pages 8, 9, and 10 were all written at the same time. The American occupation of Japan lasted from 1945 to 1949, so the story probably took place during that time period. Following this piece, I did some reading into Japanese attitudes towards Americans during the war. What struck me was the strength of Japanese propaganda and how completely Japanese citizens believe that Americans would very literally eat babies. Besides, we all know the French did that. Given that Asai was the entity's only information source until now, it's clear that these prejudices were deeply ingrained in her. I want to draw particular attention to the line, as a matter of mathematics. Post-war, many Japanese officers complained that the American way of war was wise but dishonorable. Essentially, that the Americans would not stand to have a fair fight, defeating them by bypassing strong points or bombarding them from positions of safety. I believe she took issue not just with Asai's death, but its nature. The American is one Samuel Greer, of whom we have record. Given the very low volume of sakura wood available to the entity, I assume she was unable to shapeshift. Hence, it appears that Greer adopted her, and he must have believed she was a very strange Hokkaido fox. He kept me as a pet. I could not talk, could not protest. I was too small to rend him with my teeth and claws. I was forced to merely live while up on the mantelpiece, to be cooed over by his American wife. He kept my memories. I bit him many times, but he did not strike me. He simply laughed, though his blood tasted sweet. One day, he read my memories. He had a Japanese person there. She translated it. I will never forgive him for what he did that night. When we were alone, he saw me staring at the book. I cannot take it from my mind, the way he stared, the way he stepped closer to me, the way his fist balls tight, the way he began to cry. I hate him because he's American, and he regretted what he's done. Given Greer's sudden change from happy pet owner to crying, Greer truly did not know he was kidnapping a sentient being when he adopted the entity, nor when he confined her for years later. Given his response, he must have been something of a humanitarian. We know that Samuel Greer moved back to the USA after the tour of occupation in 1949. Beyond that, we cannot specifically date the story, but we'll presume it happened at some point in the 50s. He made to me trees of sakura wood and learned for me my tongue. If all Americans are rich, then why does his wife look so sullen? When the first petals bloomed, I too bloomed into my full form. My mouth still had fangs, so I spoke to him with my claws. When my teeth were about to dig into his fragile neck, he said, in drawling Japanese, "I'm sorry. You were just a fox. Forgive me in death." I am still a fox, I say, and I sink my teeth into my prey. Among the trees he planted for me, I cannot slaughter him, for I cannot bear that another might die for me. To offer his life is too Japanese. I see in him a helpful man. He lets me write like this, and I will never let him read it. I am still trapped. Trees cannot walk, and Americans do not speak Japanese. The first note here is that the Greer provides the entity with new sakura wood, effectively increasing the power she has access to and allowing her to shapeshift again. Foundation obtained financial records that show he made these purchases in the late 50s, assuming for some time for the trees to grow. We can imagine this was written around 1960. SCP-6152 is capable of changing her size. I believe that when the text describes growing to her full form, she is describing entering a enlarged state than she was when captured. This state makes her more than physically capable of overpowering a grown man. I am unsure whether her refusal to kill Greer is truly based on her projecting a sigh onto him. Given her later actions, I believe she may have a strong aversion to killing. There are a multitude of potential reasons for this. Pages 10, 9, and 8 were all written at once, presumably in the writing session described at the end of the piece. The spam. Why do I always get so much spam? How quickly I took to a married man who stole me across the ocean and displayed my very soul upon his mantelpiece. In the arguments he had with her, I heard a helpful man. On his dirt-covered hands as he planted my spring blossom forest, I felt a helpful man. With his assurance that he would not leave me in a foreign land, even as his world crumbled, I knew a helpful man. It took her a year, but a year of my whispered backroom Japanese and his soul-filled sakura tree labor to leave. He did not follow her, and I saw him standing there, a helpful man. I wrapped him in my tail and bit his lip with harmless human teeth. I held him close. I wanted to take my helpful man into me, but my helpful man had choked on the smoke of the American war. I let the American go. My helpful man is dead. Oh, I'm done. It appears Greer kept the presence of the entity a secret from his wife, Maria Farmer. In 1961, Maria Farmer divorced Samuel Greer, claiming he was having an affair. At the time, divorce was only legal when proof of infidelity was present. Miss Farmer submitted a photo of Greer with SCP-6152 during a court case as part of the proof. From the text, it appears that things never actually got that far, but between the constant presence of an unseen female in the house and Greer's sudden change in behavior, her conclusion was understandable. This piece was probably written around the time of divorce proceedings. Her inability to forgive Greer is unfortunate given his fate. Staff were advised to avoid the topic. I cannot blame her for what happened. We all struggle to forgive people sometimes, even when our reasons for anger in the first place are poor. Still, except as a husband, I can hardly fault the man. It is a tragedy. My sakura petals are turning red. He seeps into them, his body broken against a tree. It is terrible, but Americans have so little subtlety. Exploding sticks and exploding heads, so loud, so hard to ignore. I hate Americans. I've killed 100 birds, so why? When I see death written on scrappy white strip, I cannot stop shaking. Yeah, the music is a bit of a vibe. I'm sorry. Maybe now you can forgive me. By some trick of America, he has left me my freedom. He gave me this new place. So why did he write me as his wife when he must have only sought me as a mistress? Why do the corridors of this place feel so hollow? Why do 100 birds hunted free taste like nothing at all? I have learnt from him the most terrible lesson. As I understand the bang in the garden, my fourth tail sprouted. I have learned the awful cost of living only among memories of Sakura Wood. How could I have been such a fool? My petals will never be white again. In August of 1961, Samuel Greer committed suicide with a Winchester rifle. He shot himself in the head. The coroner blamed the divorce. There was ruled to be no suspicious circumstances. It was clear to me, in reality, his rejection by this woman and his inability to forgive himself for the things he did to her were the real cause. Greer and the entity would have lived together for at least a year when this was written. In his will, Greer wrote that he had a secret marriage and bequeathed his considerable estate to her. He passed over several relatives to give the estate to her. This was likely a final attempt to set things right. We return again to my theory. Here the lesson would be about the importance of learning to forgive people. I believe her own failure to forgive Greer ultimately killed him. The suicide note was photographed by the police, and so we can confirm the text. I admit seeing the reality of it moved him. His handwriting was quite messy. He wrote in Japanese. From the coroner's report, the permanently red petals on the sakura trees of the state where Greer shot himself. The coloration is anomalous and permanent. Oh, this is a cool feature. Access granted. Ooh, now we can understand what's going on here. 6152, Euclid. All staff working with SCP-6152 must read Addendum 1 in its entirety before interacting with SCP-6152. Failure to do so will result in docked pay. The Penny Valley Estate is considered a secondary Foundation site run under the guise of absentee ownership. No less than 2 staff members are to be present in the Pennywise in the Penny Valley House at any given time. All such staff members must be educated and equipped to take care of Pruna serrata sakura trees and have some vocational training in the running of greenhouses. SCP-6152 is contained in a small outbuilding within the main greenhouse. The building is furnished with all the necessities for healthy living. The greenhouse is 72 meters long, 21 meters wide, and 11 meters high. All exterior panels must be bulletproof. 2 rows of mature 6152-1 instances should be maintained inside. They must be checked for damage and maintained daily. Under no circumstances may SCP-6152-1 instance be removed from the greenhouse in any form. SCP-6152 is allowed to roam the estate grounds but must be screened before leaving the greenhouse complex. Under no circumstances is 6152 allowed to possess any item made of sakura tree wood. SCP-6152 is a shape-shifting anomaly. It has 2 forms. Firstly, an albino Hokkaido fox with 4 tails, theoretically a kitsune from traditional Japanese mythology. Secondly, a 25-year-old woman of Japanese descent, identified through naturally white body hair. When surprised, drunk, or willful, SCP-6152 can be seen possessing the ears, tail, or canine teeth of a fox. All that is known about SCP-6152's further anomalous properties is extrapolated from the text of SCP-6152-2 and Japanese mythology. It is suspected that SCP-6152 has access to a form of pyrokinesis by its extensive mythological accounts. SCP-6152 also possesses the ability to change its size from the fox form to at least one that is 8 meters high and 14.8 meters long. SCP-6152 relies on the presence of Pruna serrata or Japanese cherry blossom trees to survive. These trees become 6 SCP-6152-1 instances. The flowers of any such tree will be colored a natural white, identifying it as an instance. The only exception is the 4th tree on the 2nd row, of which some of its petals have taken on a permanent blood red tinge. SCP-6152's vitality is directly proportional to the distance from the wood of a sakura tree, living or dead. It does not need to eat or breathe. When contained, SCP-6152 had in its possession a small booklet, henceforth SCP-6152-2. SCP-6152-2 consists of 12 sakura wood plates inscribed with traditional Japanese calligraphy, constituting a sort of diary. The inscriptions were apparently written by SCP-6152. They describe impactful memories of SCP-6152 and conveying the emotion given at the moment. A carbon dating shows that SCP-6152-2 is roughly 80 years old.
That was a really creative way of doing it. Like, we read a lot of Mr. Men. There were so many Mr. Men, and they kind of got a bit repetitive after a while, so it was really nice that one was like a nice refresher to kind of end with. I guess I'll go check and see if there's anyone worth reading. Yeah, I'll send you guys to Kylo Neko. Why not? Read. So yeah, thank you guys so much for coming. I had a really good time. Sorry we didn't get to any writing. We'll save that for next week, which is kind of good because I didn't know what we're doing next week. So I guess now we have a plan. And thank you for the follows. I really appreciate it. And have a lovely day, night, evening, rest of your time zone.